Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue Act 3, Part 6, I believe? Remnants. We're still getting just bits and pieces of who we are, the Innkeep. Catalogy? I can't remember. I can't that words. Jade, welcome back. Was your quest successful? When have I ever failed? Well, you do look surprisingly unbloodied. Also, hello, Kumo. Kumo? Who's Kumo? That guy. New name, I'm guessing. No names here. Never had a name. Don't even know what names are. Am I just supposed to go along with that? You're supposed to make me a drink, then we can talk. Fair enough. What can I get you? I've still got plans after this, but Oxen is pretty tired. So give me something that'll get her to keep up with my speed if I let her have a sip. Anything free? Onyx, that one. Okay, so we could, oh my, cursed coffee. When you peer inside the steaming chalice, looking at your own distorted reflection, you will find the darkest swirling depths. The blackness will be all consuming, a gloom to bitter. You might think you see the souls of the damned swimming inside, but really you'll be looking at a strong cup of coffee. That's it. I love it. I want it. Okay. Anyways, that's not as dexterous as I thought it was gonna be, so Swift Strike. We need a little bit of defense and intelligence, and of course all the dexterity in the world. Put her up. You. Drink for Onyx and you, but mostly Onyx. Not too bad, concerning to see you know me so well. Being a regular does have its perks. So, names. Let's start with the story first. You love those, right? You know it. I'll spare you the details of my journey to Brackham, though I didn't miss the chance to make some extra money along the way. Everyone thought I was the right woman for their jobs. They helped me with the quest too. Squeeze a good description of their renegade parents out of some red dune merchants. It was in a deep dispute with a blue-crowned elephant. I'd love to hear that story, actually. Not my problem. Asking a couple of pointed questions got me to the inn the deadbeats were staying at. Problem with people is can't exactly kill them in broad daylight. With monsters, you'd be thanked for doing so, but with people, you've got to be patient. So I did what anyone would have done in my situation. I posted a tour guide. And they believed you? Sure did. Inko was right. Your drinks are great for avoiding scams. Happy to hear that. I offered them a tour of their nearby wooden sea. Waden Sea? And led them to an area I knew was shunned by actual tour guides because of the unpredictable tides. Gave them a spill about how about how a battle of the Order of the Starlight took place there, yada yada yada. Pretty soon their eyes were glued to some starfish playing in the mud. It was the perfect opportunity to get it over with quickly. Obviously, I wasn't going to kill them just then. They needed a chance to run, but I had to scare them first. I raised my spear right up above my head and was about to go for a warning strike when I heard this zinging sound. I deflected the knife that was flung my way at the last second, and it shattered against the ground. All three of us turned and saw this cloaked Echo reaching for another knife. He had his hood pulled up, knives and daggers strapped all over his body. Even the air seemed to go dark around him. Looked like the real Shadow Bane. Was it him? I trained under them. Oh. So, yeah, it was him. Impressive. Those deadbeats thought I was protecting them from him. Should have seen the look on their faces when I said I was there to kill them. I turned back, wanting to refocus on my warning strike when I was interrupted by a simple stop. It was said in his deep, raspy, incredible fake voice that sounded like some sort of proper degenerate. Likely the two bums thought we were fighting about who'd get to kill them. Their approach to such a situation was to immediately try and bribe us. I told them to shut it. They asked me what I wanted then, if it wasn't money or words. So I turned to our little Shadow Bane and asked what he wanted. But he just stood there quietly. Can't blame him. They're a little scarier than your parents. So you helped him with the decision? Not exactly. I walked over to him and handed him my spear. He said, "This is your choice. Make it." I felt like she was passing some of your courage onto me. He stepped forward and my spear in hand and took off his hood. He was... I'll spare you the details. He recognized him, of course. They recognized him, of course. Had the audacity to act surprised. Surprised is one way to put it. When they talked, they sounded so like they thought I had died. You could have. They left you. I wanted to say something. Anything. Yell. Tell them to get lost. Scream at them for what they'd done to me, but all that came out was, "Why did you leave?" Their silence went on for so long. Would have been longer if those tides hadn't come rushing in. You did kind of walk into that one. Kind of. Luckily, I was quick. Got all of us up on some muddy rock that the waves couldn't reach. How long were you up there for? A couple of hours. Left us a lot of time to talk. Did you? Yes, a lot. For example, did you know the primordial flood was caused by the prior erupting? The prior? You mean the biggest volcano in all of Astria, nestled right in Leviathan's domain? Yeah, apparently erupted and then collapsed, covered all the primordial sea in ash and set off a tsunami. It should not be doing that. No. Do you think powerful magic was afoot? Probably not. What use is giant tsunami to anyone? Maybe they wanted to be wet? Probably not. Are tsunamis and their causes all you and your parents talk about? No. Mostly we talked about leaving things. They said not a day went by where they didn't regret what they'd done. I asked why they didn't come back then. They didn't have an answer for that. Mom said she was proud of my knife throwing skills, though. I never thought they'd apologize. They owned up to all of it. As awful as it was, I hadn't planned for that. They wanted to make up for everything and be part of my life. They also said it was up to me and what I wanted. What do you want? Family. Is that stupid? No, it's not. So you forgave them? No, not yet. I have to see if they actually mean what they said first. I can't trust them right now. We don't really know each other anymore. Who knows if we'll get along. But they did say they want to get to know me, and I think I might like that too. They're just so different. It feels like I'm angry at people that don't exist anymore. You should be careful. You're still allowed to be angry. You're still allowed to be angry. Even if they change, they hurt you. Neither forgiveness nor forgetting is required. It just feels unfair, like I'm harboring resentment for ghosts. But I'll try to be honest with them. I owe that to myself. Plus, Jade threatened to decapitate them if they ever hurt me again. They'd stand no chance. None. Could I have a drink now, too? Sure. Let's trade. Right. A joke? No, a name. I assume Jade didn't know you as Como because your parents didn't call you that. Correct. What did they call you then? I'm not. I'll trade you my name. Just give the guy a drink. Your first name? Those are quite precious to Media, right? Very. But I'm not joking. I'll trade it. I'm listening. Alicia. There we go. A beautiful name. I'll keep that name to myself. A beautiful name. I don't respond to flattery, but thank you. That's definitely better than mine. Yours fits you. It does not. If you say so. So, not you, blah, 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 blah. You sleep. I had it, and then I lost it. What would you like to exchange? Maybe something that'll stop me from choking on my words? In case I have to do more of this emotional thing. I've definitely got something for that. So we're learning names. Charisma. Sunny Breeze. And let's go. Wish. Yes. And a bit of intelligence. Yeah. And the charisma. And Sunny Breeze. Order up. Here you are. Some fluid emotional vulnerability. Tastes a lot better than it sounds. Feels a lot better too. Maybe. I still need to call you something else, though, if Kumo is out. It is. What have you got for me, then? I don't. I'm running out of names. Okay, can I? Nope, my name. Fine. How about, Dave? You know what? Sure, I'll go with that. I'm proud of you, Dave. For everything you've gone through and for choosing what's right for you. Thanks. Thank you. Do you need a hug? Yeah, may have already gotten one from Jade. Speaking of me, I've got to go. Want to check in with Grace and her goons. See you around, air boy. See you around, Alicia. Got it. What about you? Care to linger a little longer? I need some time to think all this over, maybe even feel it too. Is Fable back yet? I think Cheesecake would make for a great distraction right about now. No, I thought maybe you ran into them on the way back. I didn't. So Melly isn't back yet either. No, I'm afraid not. Cool, great. I guess I'll talk to Carolyn? Your parents? Maybe. Do you think they still love me? I don't know. I hope they do. I hope they'll love you well, but I don't know. I do know that other people love you, and that if your parents fail to live up to what you deserve, you won't be loved any less. I'd like to believe that. Sometimes I just think if even my own parents could leave me, anyone can. Don't measure your worth by the actions of people that hurt you. Nothing good can come of that. That's the damn truth. Been hurt a lot throughout my life, and it's not fun. I'm very thankful to have met you. Anyway, I'm also part of the night, or whatever, so I guess I must go. Farewell. See you soon. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will feed Adu, clean the tavern, and blow out the candles. If you are enjoying this series, please leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification for future videos to find out if Fable comes back with Melly safe and sound. I'm still super worried about her. I really am. Act 3, Chaos Protocol. This is part 7 to Act 3. So let's jump in and see what this Chaos Protocol is. Because with everything that... Innkeeper surprise. Holy shit. You're back. Where's Fable? Is Fable okay? Innkeeper surprise. Nice to see that you're back. Is Fable with you? No. Should they be? Oh no. They were looking for you. They aren't very good detective then. I'm happy to see you're well at Melly. Everyone was very worried about you. Why? I'm great at taking care of myself. You are, but where have you been all this time? Investigating things, obviously, like the flood. My investigation led me to more like they did. Echo, Voy, and Hex, followed them to Morleia. They were talking about mysterious puzzles, and I'm trying to solve a mystery, so I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. You lucky people usually pay a lot of money to spend time with me. Why? But because I'm, like, famous? But I didn't go there because of you. I was following clues. Okay. I stayed outside. My case isn't about a wizard. Not this time. Where's Hex anyway? You know, doing wizard things. Like studying. Like errands. Like studying. Yeah. It's giving depression, to be honest. He immediately wanted to check out the spells we found. Though he seemed pretty disoriented at that word. How come? Not sure. I guess he didn't find what he was looking for. Maybe because the world's greatest treasure was already traveling with him. What would that be? Me. Never mind. He told us to keep an eye out for any time magic razzle dazzle. But we found nothing. At least you managed to get inside and return safely. Yeah, the way there was easy peasy. We got there thanks to Neko pulling off a shape-shifting trick and pretended to be a merchant. Stole some guy's coat and face and used his reputation to secure us a boat aside right to Morleia. Said I wanted to meet with a real estate agent from the Sea to buy the island. I told them to pick us. I told them to pick us up in a week or so. By then we'd be far gone. What happened once you reached the island? I'm quite intrigued. Before we tell you anything, I'd like a drink. Something that goes down like honey, and I will make my poetry flow like a wild river. Nothing easier than that. I'm worried about Fable now. You better turn up soon. Oh man. And let's go ahead and give him a sparkling noble. Or Nebo. Whatever. A little bit of courage. Wait, hold up. No. I'm not doing that again. We need charisma, not intelligence. Sunny Breeze. Charisma all the way up. And some intelligence. A little bit more. There we go. Sunny Breeze. Order up. Some honey for those vocal cords. Enjoy. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing. Can we move on to the story now? You got somewhere to be? Nah, but I'm getting bored. We got to Marla, an island so small it's basically the tower's wild backyard. As I walked between the crystalline roses, I expected to see secret passageways hiding behind every corner. I almost brought you back a rose. Why didn't you? Roses wouldn't fit my tavern. Hey, you know what? Fuck it, let's flirt with them. Why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I would have. Oh, okay. That's, moving on. That's awesome. The tower itself reached so high I thought it might be reaching out to kiss the moon itself. It was really tilted at about a 5-degree angle. I measured it with my paws. A brick were still wet. I'm sure the tsunami shook its foundations. Would think the waves would have done us a favor and knocked down the door, but nope. That locked door was the first challenge. Echo lockpick broke. Seemed like a skill issue. Broke? Skill issue? Bro. The door ate my lockpick. Oh, damn, it was a mimic. Ah, a door mimic. A classic first step to securing your establishment. You talk like you've seen one before. Have you ever tried to open my door when the end's closed? No. If you do, don't use any lockpicks and take care of your fingertips. So how did you get inside? By charming it. Hex forgot his spellbook and couldn't get an arcane unlock spell to work. And obviously, it wouldn't let us in just like that. Why would a wizard forget his spellbook in the first place? So I decided to play the Mimic a tune. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. Your fancy tunes are the GOAT. I really hate that saying. I don't know why. It's just, I was nervous. I'd never played in front of a Mimic before, so I wasn't sure what their taste in music was. I decided to play something emotional, something that would melt his metaphorical heart. A song of woe. Who would have thought it literally melted? It melted. Yeah. I began playing the first tune and the lock started weeping before I reached the chorus. Tears were streaming down its face, and as if they were very hot or made of acid, the door melted away. Afterwards, the lock lay in a puddle of wood, sobbing and shaking me for my performance. That's not very sturdy lock. Not a very sturdy lock. It just sounds very in touch with its emotions. We stepped over the door remains and into the tower. It was so much taller and bigger on the inside. Like a pocket dimension. So freaking cool. Except the tower can't really fit in your pocket. Bet. X walked ahead. Guy was really distracted. He didn't even listen to my poem about the symbiotic relationship between axe and door. For a long time we didn't encounter anything, just a long hallway, no doors, only a bunch of strange paintings. Of course, most hallways can't go on forever, so eventually we reached a staircase. After what felt like 5.5 minutes, eternity. Meanwhile, I was outside investigating the floor and fauna. Everything was very particular, like it was all from another world. The color was different, very blue and almost spectral. And there were a lot of spiderweb or yarn, not sure which. Suddenly, the ground shook and almost knocked me off my feet. Who could have guessed there was pressure plates on those stairs? I wasn't paying attention and was so careless. One wrong step and the pressure plate triggered an explosion, and like the whole staircase began crumbling down into a bit of nothingness. Bit by bit, starting from the bottom. I rushed upward to safety, away from the weird wizard abyss. I stumbled, and if it hadn't been for X, I'd be much. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up. But he isn't really strong, so we almost tumbled down together instead. I figured I couldn't just leave them to fall to their pathetic destiny. So I zoomed down to grab Hex by his collar and pulled both him and Voy Boy back up. Thanks for the saving us, Neko. No problem, Voy Boy. Don't get used to it. Didn't expect a trap like that. After all, a great wizard would want to protect their treasures. I guess we were a little distracted by all the gold hanging from the walls. The staircase ended in the wondrous library that spiraled endlessly higher and around the tower's inside walls. We lost Hex at the bottom in the first row of books. A lot of them were drenched. Didn't seem like the tower was waterproof. There was still primordial water dripping from somewhere above. We couldn't make out the ceiling, tried to reach it though. The second story of the spiral staircase library had 3 paths leading away. Each path ended in a door, and all 3 doors were closed and marked with ruins of paintings or rusty old blocks. I got sucked into looking at the library beautiful murals. Each of them depicted a different story. One of them was a mosaic of mirrors. That one was my favorite. Watching Hex look at books was like reading a thriller. Almost every second book was rigged with a trap, but he figured out the pattern quickly. Something Babonic. I don't know. Once I was able to pry myself away from the murals, I started looking for spell things. I knew Hex was most interested in those, and you helped when you can. I didn't. I mostly looked at all the small treasure laying around. The wizard had his real cool staff with the chunker of a gemstone embedded at the top. Imagine the damage I could do with that. But I almost found something else that was really cool. Here, take a look. It's dope, right? What just appeared? Confused. What is this? A weather jar. Duh. It shows what the weather is like in another realm. Weather jar? I don't see a jar, like, at all. Okay. I see. Let me guess. Avalon? I knew you'd get it. I found some spell scrolls. One of them had golden runes on it. Hex liked that one, but he didn't love it, you know? Then, nestled between a few red velvet armchairs, I found a glass case. I had a golden frame and a scroll placed inside neatly in the middle. The scroll was floating and all that. I knew Hex was looking for more spells, so I called for him. As soon as I mentioned an oddly floating scroll, he came springing upwards and staring at the glass case. He already had another scroll tucked into his coat. Honestly, I expected him to be carrying half the library at that point, but I guess that would have been too heavy for him. Of course, that stupid glass case was also a puzzle. Had no lock, no lid, no nothing, just glass in a gold frame. The scroll itself was glowing promising blue. I suggest breaking the glass. Hex gave me his finest death glare, so he investigated the puzzle himself. While they were doing boring side quests, I made sure to stuff my pockets. Found a jewelry lit silver paperweight shaped like a bird. That'll make for a great blunt weapon. Hex was too scared we'd destroy the scroll by triggering another counter counter conversation. Whatever, you can read it. So he suggested we looked around in the adjacent rooms, the riddle doors. X only had to look at them for a mere second before figuring them out. Apparently all those murals and ruins were referring a story hidden somewhere in the library. So he made us search for it. It was tricky. We didn't want to trigger the book. Perhaps after all, it was like the library knew what would tempt us the most. We kept seeking books about forgotten songs, rare instruments, and romantic poetry. And I saw books about burglary and fraud. Even had to tackle you to the ground one time so you wouldn't blow us all up. Who can resist a good scheme? It was kind of exciting, seeing Hex hop up and down and staring, looking for the right books. First password was password. The second password was password. The password. And the third one was passwords. Pass the password's password. You wish, but no. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. The oldest one in the book. Easy to crack. Good for you. The first room was an alchemy lab full of apprentices. I'm assuming I'm saying that right? That I'd never seen before. Most of the liquid had gone dry, but X insisted on taking whatever was left along with us anyway. Wouldn't let me taste any, though. The nerd was more interested in the study hidden behind the second door. He was really determined to crack all of that old wizard mysteries. We helped where we could, but listen, I only have like 3 brain cells. The soundscape of the tower was kind of depressing. Silent, broken, but by the dripping water and the creaking of old wood. So I sweetened it with a song. It was very easy to get into the flow with that bomb music. Voyo. Thank you. X didn't find a key to the glass case, but he at least found a blueprint showing how it was built. Maybe he can find out how to open it using that. That'd be nice. He was pretty beaten up about everything, though. Yeah, I couldn't find what he was looking for. Not even in the third room. No. That one was a gym. Didn't know wizards worked out. Maybe it was just a distraction from the hidden vault. A hidden vault. Anything good in there? Oh yeah, more than our arms could carry. A bunch of artifacts, most of them probably cursed, which makes them even cooler. But in keep, you don't even know the funnest part yet. Enlighten me. The whole time the wizard had a spare key to the tower under the doormat. The oldest habit of all time, and he didn't even think about checking for it. I did, but I wanted them to find it for themselves. When they left the tower, I was at the bench with Jade. She had arrived a while ago to pick us up, and I was teaching Onyx new tricks. She helped us heave all the loot onto her boat. We couldn't take everything with us, so we decided to head back here again another day. There's one thing that doesn't make sense in the equation, though. That would be Inko, Avoy, and Hex traveled alone. Well, except for me. There's Stowaway. Yet I found a fresh set of footprints by the coast before Jade ever arrived. Like there was a 5th person on the island. Maybe someone was there just shortly before us? We didn't even notice, although just like we didn't notice Melina. I'm sorry for staying hidden for so long. Don't apologize. I think it just proved your skills as a detective. We've got a lot to learn from you. What a story. I can't wait to share it with Archie. I'll be on my way now. Gotta check up on Hex and make sure he didn't accidentally take a book mimic home. You coming with Nico? Sure thing. So long, Innkeep. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Don't miss me too much. I'll try not to. Now, it's just you and me, Innkeeper. Indeed. I'm glad you're back. You're making it sound like I was lost or kidnapped. I was just investigating. Without telling anyone? I don't need to tell anyone where I'm going. People care about you, Melly. They get worried if they don't know where you are. Oh. I'm not used to that. But I care about people too, like you. That's good to hear. Melly. Hi, Aura. Hi, Dave. Oh, name is so outdated. You're back. I am. Did you miss me? Did I? I was just very worried. What? You called me Melly. What about it? You've never done that before. I'm sure I have. You even said you'd never call me Melly. I'm just glad you're back. Welcome back to my tavern, Dave. That's a cute one. Yeah, I got it. On my latest quest. Dave, you made a good choice. I also went on a quest. Well, at first I wanted to find the moon swamps. You know, the mysterious magical swamp that is said to be magically hidden and only appears in foggy but scary nights. I'd heard they're somewhere in the moon swamp near the portal to the Twilight Chasm. And did you find anything? No, I did find some weird way markers made of bones that seemed to lead somewhere. They had "Do Not Touch" written on them, and paint even seemed fresh, so it looked like a perfect clue. But then suddenly there were just gallons of water everywhere. Luckily I got away quick, and since I was already there, as Fieso's best detective, it was my duty to discover the flood's origins. Well, at first I was more of a stowaway than a detective, and I also couldn't figure out what. Don't storm off like that ever again, you understand? I was so worried, and no one knew anything about your whereabouts. Now. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's just, I haven't cared about anyone in so long. And with you and Fable both suddenly gone, I didn't know what to do. I thought you didn't care. After you went away, even though I asked you to be more careful. I thought maybe you didn't want to be my trusty assistant after all. So I went to investigate it alone. I'm sorry for leaving. It's alright, I'm used to people leaving and not coming back. I do care, Melly. I'm just kinda new to this whole honesty thing. I'm kinda new to this whole empathy thing. Yeah, I figured. If you'd like, I can fix you a drink to help you find your words again. Don't know if I can think of a joke to exchange for a drink right now. It's on me today. You've got enough to worry about. So, let me see what I can do for you. Of course, she's been through hell emotionally, dude. Alright, let's make him... Broken Heart. Pretty sure that's like his favorite drink by this point. A decent amount of charisma. And a little bit of strength. And a little bit of defense. And you got Spoken Heart. Order up. Enjoy your magical liquid eloquence. It doesn't taste half bad. This might actually help. So, request. Jade said you were standing on Marlelia. Yep. I followed 3 very suspicious looking fellows and somehow ended up on that island. Why do I always run into wizards and magic when I'm out on adventures? And traps, magical traps everywhere. Sounds very dangerous. A detective's always seeking thrills. I'll make sure to be careful, I promise. It's not about that. I know you know how to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have solved the T-Rex case. Huh? Or Keith? But don't keep putting your own life at risk in exchange for a quick adventure. Luckily, nothing major happened this time. This all could have ended very differently. I know. All I'm saying is, don't disappear again. Please. You're not alone anymore. You don't have to do everything all by yourself. Like you're one to talk. I think you've got a point, Melly. To be fair, Dave's got a point. I'm on the side with Dave, considering all the crap that he's gone through, and he's learned a very valuable lesson in the recent events. Even though they're guilty themselves, both of you are. But you two have also made a lot of progress already. I'm glad both of you have made it back safely. Heard anything from Fable yet? No, not yet. What about Carolyn? She came back after the flood. Currently she is investigating some undead sightings in the Pale Woods. Do you know when she'll be back? No, but the 2 of you can wait here for her if you want. Yes, please. I want to stay until Carolyn gets back. Alright, I'll keep you company. How about I spice up your wait with another drink? I'll pass. Oh, but I'd like one, please. Of course. Do you want anything specific? The whole adventure was pretty exhausting. Maybe something to combat my mental tiredness? Nothing easier than that. I'm assuming intelligence? There it is. Go ahead and make her her favorite one. Sparkling Nobel. A crap ton of intelligence! And what I do? And a crap ton of charisma. Well, a decent amount of charisma. Order up! Let's see if this will wake you up again. Oh, thank you. This is delicious. I can feel my synapses connecting. You know, now that I've had some time to think about it, I think I've figured out why Hex was so bummed about the loot. Care to share your insight with us? But of course. He has a younger sister, right? Which always struck me as odd. She looks so much older than him. So what if she just aged faster than he does? And he expects to find some very special loot in the wizard tower, but he didn't find it. So what if he was looking for something to extend her life? Like a scroll of immortality. What a foolish idea. Hey. Not you, Hex. Even if it's tempting, those are powers that no one should interfere with. I agree. What if she turns into a zombie? I've had enough of them. Definitely. We should tell him when we see him again. Or maybe we should tell Carolyn when she returns. She seemed to be experienced in dealing with the undead. You think it'll be a long time before she gets back again? She gets back. I don't know. Could be very soon, but it could also take a few more days. You've had a long day. Aren't you tired, Melly? No. I'm not tired at all. Let's wait for a little bit longer. Maybe she'll show up and fable with her. Sounds good. For their sake, I'm hoping Fable shows up. Did she fall asleep? Yeah. Maybe I should bring her home and wrap this up for tonight. That's a good idea. You should get some rest as well. I'll let you know if I hear anything about Carolyn or Fable. Alright, there's not much for me to do otherwise. Except care for Melly. She needs you. Yeah, I think he might be right. Good night, Dave. You know, forget about it. See ya. He almost shared his real name. Well, as we wrap this up, we feed adieu, clean up the tavern, and blow out the candles. As we continue the story, I hope you will like the video, subscribe if you enjoyed, and disaster, tea, and revelations. Archiving. Ah, been a whole long minute since we've seen you. Welcome. We don't have time for this. Innkeeper, disaster is afoot. What a wonderful way to start the morning. Yeah, I really missed you. We missed you too. Thank you, Clay. Can I offer you a drink to exchange for a little insight into your disaster? Yes. Something that feels strong and magically right? You remembered, yes, that one please. Coming right up. Strength based. Oh, let's give him the coffee. Let's see how that goes. Let's see. There's a little intelligence. All the strength. And charisma. Let's see here. Oh no, it's a little bit deck, so let's put that there, and a bit of intelligence, and all the strength in the world. Cursed coffee, order up. Something tasty and strong, but hopefully not disastrous. Very tasty, very strong. You've really got the best drinks around. Happy to hear that, Clay. Yeah, you're Bursting at the seams, how were the archives? Horrifying. They were challenging, certainly. The bleak stalkers were bleak. You're truly a master of words. The entrance Jade told us about was teeming with countless of those nightmare creatures. But we fought our way through with the strength you let us and snuck inside half-collapsed tunnels, only to find even more bleak stalkers had infused the Everbloom's insides. I wouldn't call it infusing. They live there. They tried to reason with him. They responded by tearing into him with their raw rows of sharp teeth. Not everyone wants to be your friend, I guess. They kept trying to bite Tia too, so I got angry and helped her fight. Do you regret it? Nope. I'm glad I helped out. Thanks to your insatiative divine blessings, in Kibra we cut through them like butter. Unsanctioned view. Adjacent isn't a replacement for a license. Agency. I don't know. Words? We were quite spent after clearing out so many monsters, and Clay suggested we take a break. Though we made sure not to waste too much time. We had to make it back in time for the Barbuska after all. That meant we had to efficient during our search. Large parts of Everbloom had collapsed, but even the explorable section were unbelievably suspicious. So we split up. We covered more ground. The dangerous choice. That's when the monsters get you. That's what Clay said. So I enchanted the friendship bracelet. That way that way we would always sense in which direction the other person was located. So neither of us would get lost. It was so smart. It was very useful. I see you kept yours on. I did. They really helped with navigating around the archives too. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful place, you know? I mean, everything overgrown with vines or weathered and full of termites, probably. But we could still tell how much care had gone into building it. Some of the tree branches still had leaves on them. And I saw a couple of stubborn lotus disease trying to break through around the rocks. I watered them. Maybe they'll grow stronger again soon. What a shame all the effort that went into building the archives was for nothing. But it wasn't. It means something to someone else. Someone else. And I could still feel that love in it, even during our visit. Maybe it'll even bloom again. It's called the Everbloom, right? Like forever. I wonder who named it. We should go back sometime and see if we can find any information about the archivists. Bet they knew some great drinking games. Nice. Perhaps we should honor their contribution by studying the knowledge they left behind. Why not both? We should be people first, symbols second. Oh yes, I guess both would work too. Good idea, Clay. What else did you find in the archives besides the beauty and horrors of time, I mean? I found a book of pressed flowers I can't wait to read. And recipes. A recipe? An incomplete one. We also tried to translate it properly, but we lacked the necessary reference material. We still thought it appropriate to bring you the draft. I'm sure you can do something worthwhile with it. I'm sure I can. Thank you very much. As for me, I found a well-hidden study. Last whisper. Oh. The bleak stalker guarding it fell to my ambush, and I was free to explore. It was a complete mess, full of scriptures, scrolls, and written rambling that would be forbidden these days. A little exciting and worrying. The papers I was able to translate spoke of the apocalypse, of the end of it all. There were research on the roots of the Ethia tree, how to unbind them, writing with shaking hands and fading ink. Was this more the scholarly or made scientist type of research? Hard to tell. The lines tend to blur with blasphemy. Do you know a lot about Ethia tree? Because Tia gave me a whole presentation about it. I wouldn't mind a refresher. It's a giant tree. Good start. A world tree, that means our world rests on it, in it, around it, somewhere. In it, mostly. Depends on who you ask. Dragons guard the tree because they created it. Maybe, but definitely because they care for us. And since we live in it, and since we live in it, it should keep existing as it does now. Because no one wants their house crumbled. A lot of people would get hurt if something happened to everyone's home. That's true, but luckily for us, damaging the Ethia tree isn't possible. It's larger than we could ever imagine. To us, it's really more of a concept than a tree. And the dragons defend it. Despite their oath of neutrality, they're no easy foes. There is one way. The sigil of Alceus. The what now? The sigil of Alceus. They're the key to destroy the Ethia tree, according to scrolls I studied under the archives candlelight. Are they some sort of spell? More of a manual to self-fulfilling prophecy, a way of breaking the cosmos in accordance with its own rules. For the trees to crumble, its foundation must be fractured. The 5 sigils of Alceus represent the 5 dragons, each of which must be damaged to topple over a world's balance. Only then can our cosmos reshape itself. The scrolls spoke of an experiment for creating a sigil. Unsuccessful experiments. That's reassuring. Not quite. They were only unsuccessful back then. Next to the notes of old, I found others written on a clear, newer parchment with unfaded ink. Much of it was incomprehensible, written in languages I've never seen before. But various sketches of whales caught my eye, as did altered frostbite scrolls. That sounds unsettling familiar. I fear that the starfall broke a sigil. By ripping holes in the Caspia's wings, it destabilized her flight. If she's damaged any further, time could be sent into disarray. Meanwhile, the tsunami, like I heard, didn't just pledge the archives. The waves broke down the barriers between the primordial sea and the twilight chasm in ways never seen before. So there's 2 broken sigils. That's not good. That's not that big of a deal. That's not good. What an incredible understatement. To witness such a sigil fracture would be anxiety, including inducing enough. Knowing it has happened to 2 will keep me up for many nights. It's not 2, it's 3. 3. Alongside the notes, I found an old map with fresh markings. All the names were outdated, but the intention was clear. Marked were the 5 interior plane portals. 30 years ago, their sudden appearance tore fissures into Gaia. I believe they were the first sigil. Bad, right? Very. You could have done this. I don't know, and why, of all things, after the Ethereal tree collapsed, or even shifted from its perfect balance. The destruction would end us all. Who would want that? No one thinking ridiculously, that's for sure. These all could still be natural occurrences now. No one thinking rationally. They might have a good reason for it. Maybe we can talk them out of it. I doubt it. Me too. Whoever it might be that's causing this, they only have 2 sigils left. Or would be quite bad, right? Don't they say that waking the Elder Dragon will start the apocalypse? They do. I feel like there's too many ways to start the apocalypse. Maybe they're all connected, and waking Earl will be. And waking Earl will break the last sigil. Although I don't like to think breaking all the seals is indeed impossible, because it's impossible to reach Hitsu in the spirit realm, correct? It's not exactly impossible. One can make it to the spirit dragon via astral sea at the dawn of dying moon. That's in 5 nights. That's in 5 days, right? Yes, but worry not. To reach such a specific location within the astral realm, very specific rituals are necessary. And Gaia's portal to Caspia is indispensable. Dead portal 2 located in and safety protected by the Astri, or the stronghold of the Order of Starlight. And its ritual must be performed with outstanding accuracy to withstand the treacherous astral currents. Only the highest ranking member of the Order are privy to this knowledge. And I guarantee you all of us would rather die than aid in the destruction of this world. If the rest of them were half as stubborn as you are, I think we're well protected. Exactly. That's good then. The rest is worse. What's bad is that we don't know who's behind this, or why the dragons on the endless horizon anyone would desire something so vile. I can already sense your next quest. But can I offer you a drink first? Your throat must be dry from all the experience. explosive. You know what it is. I wouldn't say no to a drink. Perhaps something that will keep my mind in track. Defense from latency. I feel like I'm going mad. Say no more. Well, shit's going. Last whisper. Interesting. Defense though. Let's see. Cross the lagoon. Make it easy. A little bit of charisma. A little bit of strength. And all the defense. Order up. A delicious defense against the absurdity of evil plots. Thank you. This makes me feel a little less conspiratorial. I need a breather. You know what else would make for a great breather? Cable's Barbuska? Exactly. You're right. That would be quite pleasant right now. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think Barbuska is happening today. Cable hasn't returned from their quest yet. Oh. What quest are they on? I mean, Melina. But we just saw Melina on the way here. Perhaps they found another quest while out. Heroism can be affection like that. Infectious like that. Inky, what kind of drink did you mix them? None. Maybe we should go look for them. Maybe so. Please do. No one has seen them in days. And the last thing I said to them, I'd hate for those words to stay at the last. Please help me find them. Of course, I'm sure they could slay any monster without us, but some extra hands couldn't hurt. But you'll have to deliver our apology yourself. I'll slay that beast when it comes to it. Very well. But first we must solve our urgent sigil problem. Feel like we're just missing one piece. A piece of what, cake? I like to order my usual cake and keeper. I don't serve cake. Never have. Oh, maybe you should. Another delicious delicacy would be also still no blood. Ah. The sorrow I'm feeling almost equals the grief I felt after the vampire filter competition of 1389. Oh. I had run out of glitter. I could serve you one of my usual drinks to elevate some of that heartache. That would be splendid. Don't like something to enhance my immortal strength. No shopping bag shall hold me back today. I'll see what I can do. It's been a while since I've seen him too. Strength based. Southern Brawler. A little bit of charisma. A little bit of defense. And all the strength you'll ever need. Order up. Here with all the strength of raging fire. Thank you, dear innkeeper. My blood is boiling with euphoria. Any particular reason for your shopping trip? A very particular one, dear innkeeper. It is a matter of life and death. Must head out to purchase this wondrous substance known as comfort food immediately. Do you know what comfort food is? I haven't the slightest idea, but it is a rumor to restore your mortal back to full health. I'm afraid Rhea will perish should she not receive it. That sounds serious. Has she fallen ill? A fatal cause of something she calls being in the zone. I assume it's highly dangerous. She refused to move away from her drawing board for over a year now. She even threw me out of the room upstairs when I offered her a blood-cult snack. How will her body handle another year without food? I have some good news for you. Ray hasn't been sketching for a year. You guys checked in yesterday. How fortunate. And as for your legendary item, you should ask her about it. Generally, everyone has a different idea of what they consider a comfort food. How wondrous. I thought something tells me you should give her some time before you go back upstairs to ask. Why? Her patience is on cooldown. Call it intuition. Her patience is on cooldown. I don't think Ray is cool. Her room was very well heated. If anything, I think she's a very warm person. Right. Though I suppose she seemed a bit cold when I offered her blood. Let's give her some time to warm up again. Very well. I shall remain for a while. And once I have acquired the correct comfort food, I will make sure my friend eats every last bit. Like a vampiric mother and to have a vampiric chick. I didn't know there were vampire chickens. There aren't. You know that for certain? Yes. I could have sworn the one at my family's estate had fangs. Chickens can't develop teeth. And here I had thought we were comrades in blood hunger. Chickens are still very fascinating all on their own. Did you know they have very colorful dreams? Oh, that's nice. I once held a wild hen with her dream journal. I'll introduce you to sometime. My favorite thing about chickens is that they purr when they're happy. What charming creatures. The more I learn, the more they remind me of vampires. That's a bloody cat, dude. So simple, sweet, and curious. Yet their origin harbors one of the greatest mysteries of life. What came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. The chicken. Am I going to weigh in? I am intelligently withdrawing myself from this conversation. But unlike this unsolved mystery, I do know how vampires were created. Would you mind elaborating? Weren't you intelligently withdrawing? As a cleric of Hesperia, humility is lifelong objective that I strive towards. As such, I must admit when I need to concede words spoken in haste. Which would be now, I suppose. Please, Kyle, if you wouldn't mind expanding on what you just said. Certainly. It must have been over 5 centuries ago when a scholar stole some of the immortal blood of the dragons. The scholar offered it to Queen Annabeth, who would become the vampire's monarch. I have never heard of Queen Annabeth. I think that was just the plot of a really challenging board game, Kyle. Oh, you're right. So then, Mike was real after all. Mike? Yes, it's all coming back to me now. The first vampire that walked this world was the infamous Mike Ayala. Well, most of us call him Mike. He had a very close connection to Spirit Dragon and his domain. Eventually, Mike struck a deal to it. In exchange for guarding the dragon's realm, he would give to live forever. But that didn't work out, I guess. Old Micah didn't read the fine print. Spirit Dragon turned out to be a trickster. Then it turned him into a new form of undead creature, invaluable to age and disease, but still weak to the blade. Blood was the only thing he could stomach to consume, and with time, even sunlight became intolerable. Mike was no longer welcome among the living, but the dead didn't want him either. And that's how the first vampire was created. Fascinating. There's so little known about Spirit Dragon and his realm. Kyle, just how do you possess knowledge that's considered ancient by today's standards? What knowledge? The knowledge you just told us about. Ah, I stumbled upon it in a grimoire I brought the other day at the local bookstore. Nope, that was a vampire romance book Lynn recommended to you. Try again. But of course, dear Evelyn was such a history fanatic. How could I not pick up on a few stories? That was one of her favorites. I still dream of her deathly beautiful continuance as she narrated tales until the intruders stopped screaming. She always told the story of our genuine Mike so softly. She would cradle a vial of his blood, and her tone would turn so revert. A secret to share just with me, she would say. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break the last oath between us as well. I'm sure we can help you keep this a secret, right? A secret between new friends. If secrecy is how we can repay you for sharing this with us, then so be it. Since you seem to have been very close to her, I wanted to let you know. We traveled past Maro's castle, and our way back, it looked awfully damaged. The destruction looked so fresh. If only we had passed by earlier. I even spotted a heavily armed silhouette a short distance away from what remains of the castle walls. We hurried over it as quickly as possible, but the shadow was gone by the time we got there. As it was, only rubble remained. Is my dear Evelyn unharmed? We don't know. The castle looked abandoned like a ruin. My Evelyn, what horrid fiend could have inflicted such damage? She must have fought back fiercely. May her opponents suffer twice the damage they inflicted upon her. But I wouldn't give to know her safe. I think I need to go ask Rhea about her comfort food. Let's give him some time to come to terms with what he just learned. Greetings, brave adventurers. Great morrow, innkeeper. There seem to be a few more bones than unusual with you, Scully. You observed correctly, my friend. They are wonderful parting gifts, aren't they? Sure are. Care to bring me up to speed, Lynn? That explains woefully a little, Scully. Let's go. Nah, he will survive being left hanging for a few more minutes. You're bullying me. You're bullying your innkeeper, Lynn? Patience, young innkeep. Scully has been waiting to tell you this story since we left the Pale Woods. I will try to compose myself. This tale deserves the cracking of every last one of my with triple knuckles. Let us recount our tale properly. Dame Carolyn, hang on. I think I could go for one of your drinks first. That can be arranged. Something to keep my strength up. I didn't get to flex my muscles during our quest. A good one might net you a good story. No pressure, Lynn. Okay, let's... simple. A little bit of defense. A little bit of charisma. And a little bit of strength. Or, all the strength. Here we go. Southern Brawler. Order up. A great drink for a great story. Aren't you lucky? I'd like to think luck has nothing to do with it. Perhaps not. I might have something else to cheer you up. Oh? Melly's back. Oh! Relieved? Like a great sword's been left off my shoulders. Is she alright? Yes, though you might prefer to see her for yourself. She and Dave left me with their address to give you. Who? Ah, you know them. Right, got it. Only one person would fit such a uninspired name. They better have an apology to Millie or else. You'll have to find out the details for yourself. Just don't keep them waiting for too long. Don't need to tell me that Babel isn't back then? No. Sure are taking their time. Feel like looking for them yet? No. They're capable. Just my patience isn't stirring to lure it in. We had some to begin with. You're pretty chatty for someone within great sword distance. Right. Can I interest you in one of my drinks as well, Scully? With an offer like that, my friend, how can a skeleton say no? Perhaps something to enhance my aura. I would like to do the proclamation of this tale proper justice. Alright, what does he want? Charisma. Gotcha. Again. Simple. Spoken heart. A little bit of charisma. a little bit of defense. No, it wasn't. Okay. A little bit of strength. And a whole lot of charisma. We're up. Please enjoy. Oh my. They say manners maketh man, but this drink alone has invigorated me plenty. I can almost feel the warmth of flesh on my bones again. A pleasure to be of service? My quest was confusion. Inspiring. My favorite flavor of quest. Not enough fighting, in my opinion. Felt like my muscles were wasting away on the way back here. But the most important muscle of all receives a super workout. The brain. Metaphorically for me, of course. I've been wondering about that actually? No. We're not even gonna get started on that topic. I don't have to agree, my friend. Let's not get distracted. I would be delighted to share my theories with you, innkeeper. Let me know when you have an hour to spare, or 5. Now, back to the task at hand. We started by making our way westward through our progress was slow. Any complications? Yes, quite a few. Before embarking on this journey, I was woefully ignored by the plight of the Benson farmers. At least the ideal weather conditions. The flood that ruined a lot of crops. And now they pesky undead problems. I was stricken with empathy for their struggles. The least we could have done was offer up our means of transcriptions for any soul looking for a better life further north. So we switched carriages 3 times. By the third, we had gotten so far off course it took us a whole day just to get back on track on foot. But once our hike was over, we did get to spend a wonderful afternoon with the Dame Caroline cousin, Lady Denke. That was nice, I guess. The cousin with the undead snail problem, yes? Did you manage to live up the garden for her? Or did? Just had to set out some cabbage to lead them somewhere we wouldn't be damaging any crops, and with just one magnificent strike. Truly a sight to behold. It was just one undead snail. No need to have gotten so excited. To match the excitement, Lady Denke served us some positively delightful cup of tea. Better than any competition thing, accompanying finger sandwiches, or some new facts I had glared from observing the snails. Even lacking souls, they still display some type of behavior. They act nothing like real animals, of course, but somehow was struck with empathy for their plight. To unconsciously seek out a manner of instinctual action, despite the lack of anything to grant them a conscious objective. Is there a more transparent yearning for a purpose than that? My apologies. It appears what they say about old age is true. You can't help but philosophize. And you couldn't help but relate? In a way. One can't help but wonder whether any choice I make is truly my own, or just a past mortem reflect of these old bones. Perhaps even my thirst for knowledge. And yet, your employment of seems genuine. Surely, innkeeper, you have a way with words. Just a lot of experience. Though, that may be. My worries seem rather foolish now. I count myself as quite fortuitous that despite all of that my memory lacks, I can delight in learning it all again. Does it really matter then where such an urge comes from? Anyhow, my apologies, Dame Carolyn. I completely derailed our epic tale. Allow me to make up for it by continuing post haste. We departed after that lovely cup of tea and finally headed for the Pale Woods. Lady Danlake provided us with a cart and trusty steed, a cow with the most lovely temperament. Her name's Socialise. Made sure to greet the gentleman that passed us on our way to the woods. What magnificent shadow arrow he was wearing. Armor he was wearing. Something about it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps it was only my hope that we would look just as gallant after our quest. The facility finally took us to the edge of the forest, where maliciousness permitted the very air we breathe. What he means is it stunk real bad. We left the city there, sparing her this stench seemed like the right thing to do. And forth we ventured. Didn't take long to find what we were looking for. The place was crawling with them. Which also explains the smell, fluffy smell. For some reason, the asthma didn't seem to bother me much. Most respectfully, you don't have a nose. Oh, of course. Anyways, there was a vertebral horde before us. An army of undead creatures shambling their way through the forest. One known tree at a time. One nod tree at a time. They were awfully interesting in these trees, it's true. I was itching to tear into them. But I remembered the plan, stepping back with a hand on my greatsword. The crucial part of success navigation is that you don't go in to it blind, and so we observed. The undead creatures were displaying similar patterns to those snails. These weren't just stumbling around senselessly. They seemed to be following a pack leader. A representative that simplifies things considerably. My first course of action was clear. I let Dame Carolyn know of my intentions. Seems reasonable enough. While I circled the group to get to the leader at the front, she remained hidden in the shadows of the thicket. I walked up to the leader, another skeleton, making sure I displayed an open and respectful disposition. I suppose they were not open and respectful in return. Nope. Before I could even react, the skeleton had bitten down on Skelly's arms. Agony is what I would have said if I had been protected by my first armor and our excellent drink mixing skills. I was glad to hear my drinks are protecting my clients on their requests. My friend, your drinks are astonishingly potent, maybe too potent. As soon as the undead creature bit down, their teeth shattered upon impact. The leader recoiled immediately. All the others surrounding us froze. The leader fell to the ground, graduating their face with their hands. Curiously, when they recognized composure, their expressions were filled with joy. Still no idea how you can read an expression on a skull. They were actually quite expressive for a skeleton. Skeletons definitely do have expressions. They mostly express themselves through vibes. Let's go with the first one. You just have to get used to looking a little harder for them. Now you're just pulling my paw. I have no problem reading Skelly's expressions. He has a beautiful smile. Now you're just making me blush. You rascal. Let's move on. The teeth shattering was quite worrying. It made me re-examine the bite mark on the trees around us. Curiously, the bite marks here were quite a bit more shallow than what we had seen in other parts of the forest. Which means all those undead creatures had several dental issues. The leader was so happy because the forest armor's chill was dulling their pain. The others' teeth were also in truly poor condition. Looking at the behavior that seemed to be causing them severe pain, coupled with their hunger for trees, it became a never-ending cycle of suffering. It should have never gotten so bad. Asked them why they hadn't reported the issue to their necromancer. It was clearly starting to impact the fulfillment of their objective. That got them really heated. They tried to rip Scully apart again. But Dame Carolyn skillfully resolved the situation with a bit of intimidation. Turns out, they didn't even have a dentist. Carolyn? I'm with Scully on this one. They had no benefit, nothing. They were just expecting to be quiet and follow orders. That doesn't sound right to me. It's a scam. That's what it is. No sick leave, no compensation, no PTO. They didn't want to hear it. We're doing what we love. We don't need any fancy benefits. But we should have seen the state they were in. They couldn't even take a proper chomp out of the trees at our park anymore. What would happen when the teeth dentures even further? Their necromancer would replace them with another undead creature in a heartbeat. That was when Scully really got to him, I think. The words were just pouring out of my mouth, and I was elite. They were just the right one. Elated, they were the right ones. The light reflection off the forest armor really dazzled them too. Any skeleton worth their helium should be able to acquire such armor. They needn't be bound by such a neglectful necromancer. My apologies. It appears I somewhat lost my composure just now. You might soon be contacted to host the first UFU gathering innkeeper. Union for the Undead. Okay. Yeah. UFU 1755. Never forget your roots. they're welcome to visit anytime. I think they're really wanting to improve their situation. Most respectfully, they promised to leave the Pale Woods almost as well. One of the UFFU's goals is to find a more sustainable way of deal with their obsession eventually. They're hidden for their necromancer now. There are a bunch of demands to settle. They graced us with a great deal of parting gifts before we left. We got the helix that broke off of one of them when they attacked Dame Carolyn. Their leader gave me the tooth we couldn't put back into their skull. Oh, this eyeball. I'm overjoyed. We managed to resolve our quest in a peaceful manner. Can't deny our resolution was pretty effective. Good to know we're both happy with how it ended. Those are the outcomes I most enjoy hearing about from my patrons. Oh? But we did get you something else as well, Innkeeper. Right. Here. The trees looked really chewed on and dead, but the berries seemed like they were thriving. They're the ones Althea was going on about. Not like they're here to appreciate them now, so I guess you can have them. Just set some aside to make table a drink with when they're back. Sounds fair. Ghost-berry. Nice. Also, while I was plucking the berries, the spirits of the trees gave us a little keepsake. Because they were so glad we stopped all the gnawing. Sadly, I don't have any more storage space left in my hat. So we wanted you to have it as well. Now we can always indulge in sweet memories whenever we visit. Once again, I'm not seeing exactly where it is. Or am I just that tired? I think I know just the place for it. Thank you very much. Scully, you ever thought about becoming a advocate for this kind of stuff? Not that I can usually stand them, but you seem to really care about all of this. I don't know, I'm but a mere heap of bones here to learn all I can. But it is a gentleman's way to speak out when evil is committed in front of you. So I don't suppose I will stop doing just that anytime soon. Sounds good to me. I still wonder what all those undead creatures were doing there. No idea. We didn't ask. Hunger? Seemed to be heading north before we talked to him. Maybe they were searching for more trees. The Pale Woods is one of the largest forests in Vesio. I don't see a reason for them to leave the area before it was barren, unless they were ordered to. Don't they typically come with a necromancer attached? You don't suppose that gentleman who encountered the outside the woods could have been that very necromancer? I don't think farmers wear armor like that you described. Oh, if I had known what a dastardly negligent necromancy they were, I would never have offered that greeting. Bluff. Just realized where they could have been heading. It's true there aren't many woods around here that compare to the Pale Woods, but that giant root in the capital must look pretty good to some tree-obsessed undead. There might be tons more heading there even now. Bluff, indeed. Just to clarify, you believe hordes of undead creatures are marching towards the capital? Well, towards the roots would be my guess. I see. They're heading towards Themos to gnaw at the divine roots as if to fell from a tree. Fell the ethereal tree. Precisely. At that, not that such an action alone could destroy the whole thing, but it would certainly do some damage. What in the fluff are you talking about? As I just stated, someone is trying to destroy the ethereal tree. The starfall, the primordial flood, even the interior planar portals. It's all part of a big plan. Was that not clear? No. Oh my, that's awful. And insane if true. Is it working? Unfortunately so. Or do you see stars in the sky? I mean, there's one. There used to be more. We don't know who's behind it yet either. Well, Helen, Mr. Scully, the gentle person you greeted outside of the woods, you thought he might be a necromancer? He certainly bore the armor of one. Did he seem like he wanted to kill everyone? Not particularly, though. It can be hard to tell sometimes. Lightness and the desires for homicide aren't necessarily mutual exclusive. Necromancy resources dead things to make undead creatures. Indeed they do. So, Scully, you were resurrected, right? Do you remember anything about it? Well, I admit, at first I recall very little from the start of my new life. I mostly stumbled about trying to remember my manners. But my memories, or rather memories of my body, which I suppose are also memories, have been getting clearer lately. Let me try to focus my thoughts. I believe I awakened in the archives in the Everbloom. The Everbloom? Are you sure? Who woke you up? A gentleman of fine age. I believe he was there to do research. I remember candles held over notes scribbled on paper, ink stains on fingertips. He must have found me near my friend's study. I remember I was looking for her when, after I woke, I simply left. How rude and industriously of me? Uninquisitive of me. I should have asked what he was researching. I could have helped. Be glad you did not aid him. We found his notes. They spoke of the destruction of the universe. Did the guy from the woods remind you of the one in the archive? Now that you mention it. I wasn't conscious enough to recognize faces when I rose, but I knew the armor looked familiar. I think I saw it when I first reopened my eyes. Metaphorically, of course. I no longer have eyelids. The necromancer is behind all of this. Is he trying to break the sigils just to get to it? The spirit dragon in the realm of death? Sigils? Are you, perchance, speaking of the sigils of Ekahist? My friend was researching them once. I always thought them a wild figment of her imagination. Seems like they're not unfortunate. Do you Do necromancers usually want to destroy Tutit? No, but they do defy his laws of life and death. Perhaps he craves access to all the souls and spirit dragons' crowns. Or he plans to destroy death once and for all with his crazy provisions. But my dear, to destroy it and most must find him at first. That is itself would be quite impossible task, no? Not exactly. The spirit realm is well protected, but there are ways to get to him. Can you kill death? I don't know, but merely attempting it sounds disastrous. Miss Anwar, Mr. Mori, it is the god of death. No matter how insane the necromancer, no one could possess a weapon powerful enough to fight a god. Only weapons made by dragons can harm them. We all know this. You mean like yours, great axe? The weapon forged from the dragons by the dragons, meant only for their claws. The axe. It could certainly cut through the barrier between the astral sea and the upper world, if not through it himself. Would stealing an axe from a dragon count as a sigil? Alright, y'all lost me again. I talked about this already, keep up. I'll explain later. It might count as a sigil if it awakens your or damages their plane. Or should not be awakened. Or should not be awakened under any circumstances. Nor should their legendary weapon fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My, this is quite concerning. I'm right there with you. I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm right there with you. It seems like too insane of a plot, even for some big, bad, evil guy. They always seem to be reaching for new heights in their disastrously schemes. If we are correct, this one plan to steal Ur's weapon, break their seal, and then destroy it, dragons be with us. What about the undead creatures marching towards the capital? It must be a distraction, a way to keep anyone who would interfere off his back. Quite the dangerous destruction, if you ask me. Those poor husks shouldn't be sneaking away at those roots either way, should they? Snacking away at those roots. No. And those sigils of alcohol zest you keep talking about could do what? Destroy a tree? The tree? Spirit realm rests above all others in the canopy of our world. If what we believe to be this monstrous plan succeeds, it will collapse down onto the rest of the entire tree. Not only would that free all dead souls, it would destroy the tree, or home, our cosmos, and everything below it. It would destroy our world as we know it. Not to mention, it might die. I don't think I have to explain to you why death dying would be a bad thing. Once again, can he die? Wouldn't risk it. Though I believe this plot of this has to be limited somewhat, no? Perhaps to the translutional period between the astral moon and the dying moon. Only then would the veil between Caspian and Tuat be thin enough for a ritual of such magnitude to succeed. Wait, what you mean is this can only happen the night between the 35th Caspius Espion on the first of Tuet, so it can only work in 4 days or next year. Precisely. I guess you can't have a ritual without necessarily completing the rules. It is common for courtesy. Like, I've been wondering, remember that man who saw on our way back near Maro Castle? Yes, do you think he might have been the same guy? I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, as does the convenient proximity of the to destruction. And more so, that blood of the first vampire Kyle spoke of. Part of the ritual to safely traverse the astral sea involves having an associate anchor for your destination. To find to it, you need something connected to him, like the blood of a vampire eternally bound to him. Yes, maybe our villain got his hand on it. Perhaps he knew more of a Caspian than I anticipated. All this out of context fluff is giving me a headache. And keep, got another drink to spare to help with all of this mess? Something powerful enough to get me through this? Anything for you, Lynn. Alright. The plot thickens like no tomorrow. Alright, let's get a little bit of defense, charisma, and strength. Going full in. Order up. I put all the strength I have into this drink. Enjoy. I think you just put parts of my sanity back together. Thanks a lot. Anytime. So, this madman, if he can't get the axe, he can't kill the spirit dragon, right? Correct. Great. Let's stop him from getting the axe then. Great idea. I know. Now how do we do that? Well, first the necromancer needs to find it. For that, he'd have to get to Urn's realm. Thanks to the portal that is entirely within the realm of possibility. One would simply have to journey through one of the portals of Twilight Chasm, and then enter the endless caves through the Nightmare's realms. Nothing easier than that. Didn't Melee see something weird new phone waymakers near the Twilight Chasm portal in the Moon Swamps? Could they be there to remind someone, say a necromancer, of the way to the portal? They could? Good. The moon pools are much easier to reach than Chorus. We should catch the necromancer before he ventures into the chasm, and most certainly before he gets the axe. Great. Let's go beat his... Hold on. What if you don't succeed? What if he's right? What if you don't succeed? I have faith in you, but he sounds powerful. How about a backup plan? I hate to say it, but you're not wrong. Thanks for looking out for us. If we don't manage to stop him from getting the weapon, we stand no chance in a fight against him. Even your divine strike would be no match, Miss Anwar. That is true. We would need an incredible, powerful weapon to match this. Not sure if it's enough, but I do have the sword I got from my Baba. Let me see it. This is remarkable craftsmanship infused with minor divine power. Incredible. But I'm afraid even this cannot rival the great axe in any capacity. What if, what if we, what if it was mixed with dragonfire? What? Do you happen to have such a thing on hand, young lad? No, but I know where we can find some. The ever-burning flame in the highlands and dragon fire. The one you wanted to see, Tia. I think you might be a good time for that. You're right, dragonfire merged with Carolyn's blessed sword. It wouldn't be as powerful as the axe, but it might give us a fighting chance. If we had a master craftsman to forge it, that is it. Freya, she's a blacksmith. Would be great for her competition for sure. If she cares enough, you're right, there's no one better for the job. Would be great for her competition for sure. Yeah, my sword would get her first place, no question. I'll make sure to bring that up while trying to convince her. Thanks for the idea. Very well. I'm sure Miss Master Smith Rushgrip will be delighted with this opportunity. Having her own side maker makes me even more confident that we can stop this necromancer's plan. I have the utmost faith in us. I know the aperture and the astral portal are well protected even if we should fail. Though I don't believe we will. Because I know I'm strong enough to best this battle. And that Clay is as well. And the others too. Yes, the others too. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if the four of you will be enough. Don't worry, there's a lot of people we can ask for help. Like you. Like me. Ask away. I'd prefer if you kept me out of it. Ask away. No, we could count on you. You collect everything we talk about, right? I try my best. Could you write us up 2 quests for all of us? I think we should split our resources so we can get the backup plan going at the same time. Good idea, young man. Plus, that'll give us an excuse to have your drinks help us. Not that you need an excuse, but I appreciate following my ritual. I'll see what I can do. I should have something written up for first thing in the morning. I trust in you as you trust in us. Not at all. Cautiously. Deeply. Deeply. Yes. Deeply, and with the knowledge that together we are stronger. We'll see you in the morning then. Carolyn, come with us. We owe you a few explanations before we make you do any persuasion work for us. You got that right. Let's go. I cannot miss out on more possible details. I shall see you in the morning, Innkeep. Thank you for all of your help. Let's save the world, alright? Let's play. Good luck. Well, that was one hell of a freaking explanation of saving the world. Let's put this together now. There we go. The Twilight Chase. World calamity is immediate. Yeah. But there is one last way to save it. The only weapon strong enough to harm it to it and the ethereal tree. The legendary great axe of Ir and the personification of evil wants it desperately, but first he must make it through the Twilight Chasm. And for that we need a portal. Sounds like a good location to stop him, right? Good. Okay, legendary cleric, fish flame, new weapon. Okay. Hero Dragonfire. Only weapon forged in Dragonfire could ever dream of to hold up ancient legendary great axe of hero. Luckily, a temple in the Highlands houses the ever burning flame, an ancient gift from the dragons that'll come in handy right about now. And what better sword to reshape with this flame than another gift from the realm of keepers, and heirloom passed down to Carolyn with heroism scorched into its very essence. Have a rat roots, okay. The Dead Parade. The horde of undead is approaching the capital. Their insatiable hunger for the local flora leads them to expose the roots of the Athro tree. Therefore, the capital of Timus, since it lies nestled in the safety of the roots, this is mere distraction to the necromancy. Fun fulfillment is true plan. But the undead still must be stopped before they hunger for flesh once more. Oh. With that, we see our little buddy clean up the inn and blow out the candles. That was one hell of a frickin' part of the act. Alright, thank you guys for watching all the way through so far. As you can see, I'm wearing different clothes. The last few parts of the last video that you possibly seen and this video, I recorded the crap out of all of it. Part 1 through part 8, and that was in one sitting, so I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't continue. I was trying to finish Tavern Talk, but obviously didn't work. So, brand new recording session. So let's get into it. And again, thank you for continuing the series with me. Please leave a like if you're enjoying the series so far. And or this video. I'm rambling now. Alright, let's continue. Act 3, Part 9, Twilight Zenith. I was really hoping I would beat the game last time. Another quest. Good morning. Slept well? That greeting ain't gonna do, innkeep. Give me your best line, I'll hear them all day. Top of the morning, the adventure. Hello? Oh, let's go with this one. Go on. Peace and contentment be upon you, travelers. Sweet water and good berries, friends? Alright, enough. Seem to be in a high spirits. Not often you get the chance to work on the project of a lifetime. I'm glad you are so passionate about this. Hope you didn't give Lynn too hard of a time convincing you. No. Once I mentioned the dragon fire, it would have been harder to stop her from going on the quest. Was this tough to find her? Was just tough to find her. Didn't take you for a nightmare soup enjoyer. I'm not, usually. I can present, though. I can be persuade, though, with the right soup and company. I assume your request for the comfort food turned out successfully. Not at all. It was thwarted by the shadow of night. Dearest Rhea, promise we shall endeavor to make shortbread another day when the sun is high in the sky. And the stores are open. I'll need to make that sword first, though. Did Carolyn update you on what's at stake? Sure did. Those sigils of alcoholic zest won't know what hit them when they see my newly forged weapon. It's a sigil of Accius. They're all overall trying to pronounce it and screwing it up. Got it. Nah, that makes sense. So I'm assuming you've worked out a game plan? More or less. Not like we've got a lot of info in that quest of yours. I'm sorry. You worked with what you had. We'll manage. Though the ever-burning flame of Leviathan sounds more like a myth than something real. Sounds exactly like something you need for a mythical weapon capable of saving the world. Ha! Still, are you sure you're okay with reforging your sword for this pair? Yes, it's the right thing to do. That wasn't what I asked about. Believe me, I know a thing or two about the importance of a heirloom. It's fine. It's just... I wonder if I'll still feel the same connection to my Baba when I look at the sword afterwards. Eventually, everything she gazed at in life will be gone. Don't you think she'd like looking at the sword of Carolyn the hero? She's got a point. That has quite a wonderful ring to it. I didn't know it, your grandma, but reforging that sword with dragonfire to save the world. I think she wouldn't. I would have been mighty proud of you. And I'll make sure that weapon is the best anyone's swung this side of that Aethera tree. You have a competition to win after all. Exactly. I've been thinking all night about what techniques to use. The design ain't exactly final, but I'll finish it during our trip to the Highlands if I'm fast enough. Rhea, are you doing okay? You never heard of giving someone time to think? You seem to be putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This can't just be a simple run-of-the-mill weapon. And there is so much to decide before starting the forging process. Hitting, punching, tempering, and the 5 Verkian heat treatments techniques, and the 5 wait. That could actually work. I'm surprised you still remember those. Certainly, you were very passionate about the method. I'm just stoked to get a weapon made by you, Rhea. If it's you, I know my Baba's sword is in good hands. You seem to have the foregoing part covered. Anything forging part covered. Anything planned for the rest of the quest? Right. Since we don't really know much about who or what might be guarding the flame, we're taking Hex along. Should we encounter any defense of the magical sort? As for how to get to the Highlands, Clay and Tia couldn't come along. So, let's hope Baya is up for helping us with her tree travel thing. Seems like you've got your base covered. You as the main fighter, Rhea as the craft master, X and Bai as a magical sport, and Kyle as... I'm afraid I won't be able to fill a role this time, Innkeeper. I tried to distract myself, but the mere thought of dear Evelyn hurt and alone or worse. It struck me with a torment strong enough to make even this undead heart bleed with worry. No matter what transpires between us, all I craved was to know her safe. But to allow my dear friend to march into danger alone was no less distressing. He was almost inconsolable the entire evening. I don't want to choose one side only to lose the others forever. That's when I slammed my empty bowl of soup down on the table between us. We weren't gonna go off and die just because he took his eyes off of us for a few days. And yet that very fate had struck me several times in the past. I said, well, do you be damned if you never get to see me at Master Weapon? Does it matter if I have to chew my way through that fluffing tree myself? Heard the dead have a taste for bark anyways. It was as if those words washed away most of the anguish that was ailing my soul. Surely, it was time to believe in the future, and to reconcile with a past I left behind, all for my most cherished people. As long as I don't forget along the way. But we found a workaround for that. Flashcards. I just need to pull them out and be greeted by the wonderful cards prepared by me, by Rhea and Carolyn. Even though they may be far from me. That sounds great, Kyle. There's one about you as well. I'm honored. Seems like you have thought of everything then. Hopefully. Some help from your drinks would be mighty appreciated nonetheless. Anything particular in mind? Some fire resistance seems like it come in pretty handy. That does sound reasonable. We could focus on agility if we're already going that direction. Don't think we want to take whatever trap we run into head on. And add some strength as well for anything we can avoid. That and the fire resistance should definitely help with forging the weapon as well. The ghost berry I brought you yesterday, I wouldn't mind some invisibility either. It might give us some imaginative ways to deal with whatever challenges we end up facing. Concentration on intelligence to take full advantage of that sound. That sounds like a good option too. X would like that. I bet. Knowing him, there's an equal chance of his ideas going right or horribly wrong. If those go south, we'll need the charm to talk our way out of anything. And this way, dear Evelyn will be stunned by my most captivating entrance. Sounds decent. Some intelligence could also help with figuring out those techniques you mentioned. Any design, I guess? Your design, I guess. Alright. And you look like you're Boris and pressing to help us out with this decision. Is it going to be dexterity with some strength as backup and fire resistance, or did we approach this with intelligence, a small dose of charisma in case things go really wrong? and some handy invisibility. Well, if you were asking me. Okay, so because they brought up the intelligence part of crafting the sword, I'm not 100% sure. Because they do need fire resistance. But... well, crafting the sword is most important at this point, so... let's give him fire resistance. Or, no, the intelligence. So, intelligence, charisma, and the invisibility. Alright, let's see here. That's only a little bit of intelligence. There, that's what we need. And the Ghostberry. But yeah, that works out really well, okay. All of the intelligence. And a little bit more charisma. There we go. Sprightly Nobel. With some Ghostberry. If you want to forget what forged that weapon properly, it might be best to reserve your strength. Also, anyone guarding the flame should be pretty invested in the dragon's well-being. So here, to solve the challenges ahead of you cleverly. Appreciate it, Innkeeper. I think this will put us on the right track. And with that, you're off to the Highlands. We're off to the Highlands. Me and Kyle are gonna go grab X. Before I let him go check on his ex-wife, you go get Baya. Sure. Good. Alright, that's it, and keep one last line for good luck. Make it count. Okay. Mind the creek you step on the way out. Fair. Fair 3. Well, dear innkeeper. Let's hope they're successful. Kind of weird, isn't it? What is? There's going to be a battle for the fate of the world. But Alfie ain't even here to worry themselves stupid about it. They'd have loved this, I think. Not the impedient doom, but all this getting together to defeat evil stuff. Make sure to tell those guys head into the Twilight Portal to keep an eye out for them. I will. Good. Suppose it's time for me to head out as well. Stay safe, Lynn. Always, Innkeeper. Oh, I think that's what I missed. The little, thing off to the right of the window with the candles. That Jay just blocked. Innkeeper, we have returned. I can see that, Tia. I was awaiting you. Though I'm surprised to see you here, Jade. Yeah, well, Miss Other than thou dragged me along. So I'm fluffing about finally doing my part. I distinctly remember you expressing upon interest in our plights when we were talking to Inko. I believe you asked multiple questions that indicated your desire to help. And I remember asking how much you'd pay, and you said nothing, so I said no thanks. And yet you didn't resist coming along. You have a better job lined up, Jade? Not yet. Inigo and I are eyeing something, but I guess I've got some time to kill. Perhaps Inigo can help too then. Perhaps Inigo can cause chaos on their own then. Perhaps Inigo can help too then. Be better. Not sure if I can deal with Princess here alone. No need to deal with me. I can handle myself. I'd love to have Inigo on the team. Me too. I assume you have written us a quest, Innkeeper? I have. Take a look. Excellent work. Knew we could count on you. Let me have a look at that. We just have to catch the guy at the portal. Seems simple enough. We could even set up an ambush. Or be sneaky if he's already there. You can sneak, big guy? I can do a lot of things. A few years back, I spent time with some leaf-pick panthers. You showed me how to sneak up. Who sneed? Really? Wow, okay. Who showed me how to sneak up on anybody. I just don't like doing it. It seems a bit rude. You know? No, I don't. But I think this situation calls for a little rudeness. Agreed, it does, and for a little more manpower. You're right, Innkeeper. We should ask Inko for help. Also, Hex suggested taking Roy along. He's great at distractions and knows his way around the Twilight Chasm, should our quest lead into it. Apparently he has family there, though I hope we don't need to disturb them. Anyone else? We considered a whole lot more, but Scully and Grace made a good point. They said not everyone is battle tested, and that I'd be reckless to take inexperienced adventurers along. They also said we should look into more backup plans for the backup plan. I think they just wanted to excuse to do some research and to stay away from the bloodshed. Can't blame them. Melly really wanted to come too, but Dave said no. Is he coming himself? Of course. Made those two ask him before we got here. We need to go. Good fighters, and kid's got some talent. I hope he said goodbye properly this time. Carolyn made sure he did. Never saw a more terrifying death glare in my whole life. It was very impressive. I bet. It was. So, are you finished with your questions? Actually, could you review the plan for me one more time? It's been a long couple of weeks. Sure. So, listen up. We make it to the Twilight Portal by the moon pool, and we stop our big bad evil fluff from going through. If we fail that, or if he's faster than us, we chase him through the Twilight Chasm and into her, and we prevent him from getting that fancy axe. And if that fails, well, we stop him at all costs. Sounds like a good plan. While you're at it, will you keep an eye out for Fable for me? Of course. Innkeeper by the dragons, and all that is holy is in this world. Can we count on your help again? I can't remember. Did Fable come back? Or no? I think she did. I don't remember. Yes. What do you need? Easy, we just need to be quicker than that maniac. We should be the first to reach the portal. And we should be the first to attack him, all while dodging his counterattacks. Outspeeding him seems like the smart option here. You're wrong. It is foolish to think that strikes won't be powerful. We need to be full protected against him so we can take him down before he really hurts any of us. Don't be stupid. If we're fast enough, he won't even get a chance to hurt us. I'd like you to say that again when you're lying in a pool of your own blood. Okay, maybe we need both. It's just the balance that counts. We could focus on a whole lot of defense, but keep some dexterity in our back pockets. And maybe some of that fast infusion thingies could make up the difference. I could hasten you with the golden feather or a saber fangs. Great. Alternatively, you could give us a lot of dexterity instead with just a little bit of defense on top. And to make sure we don't get hurt, you can give us some of that frost armor Scully keeps talking about. Sure thing. I've got enough frozen pine cones left for that. I don't think Jade and Talia can make a decision without bloodshed. So, could you help us out? Of course, I know just what to do. I mean, they do need the defense, but they also do need the speed. So, decisions. I think we're going to give them haste. Plus, they're gonna have a high defense. So, let's go with Steel Tonic. Yeah, that sounds right. And this one, right? No, not. We're giving them haste, not that. Things. That works. And now a little bit. Nope, not more of that. A little bit more strength. And all the defense they can muster. Put her up. Defense should be your number one priority. But I think haste makes for a good backup plan. You can never have enough of those. See, I was right, as usual. You choose the right focus. Innkeeper. At least we'll be fast, so I don't have to listen to you gloat much longer. Let's get this over with. Alright, Clay, let's go. Clay. Are you okay? No, I don't think so. Aren't you scared? Of what? All of this, the fate of the world is very heavy weight to bear. Don't you think? What if someone gets hurt and I can't stop it? What if I can't protect you and the others and the world and the ferrets? Clay, stop, please. For a moment, just stop. I know this is scary. Truth to be told, I am scared too. My whole life has been building up to this moment. I've always been told I'm not meant to save people, and if I can't, what's the point of me, you know? You are the point. I'm glad you exist, even if you don't save anyone. You're not some mythical savior, you're my friend. You are mine, and I'm a little less afraid because I have you with me. You taught me how to value myself as a person, despite all the weight on my shoulders. I wish you would do the same for yourself. I promise you, together we will get through this. And we will save each other and our friends and the world and all of the ferrets. Words. And the innkeeper while we're at it. Thank you. I appreciate being included. You're enough, Clay. Fear is a powerful motivator. Use it. Let's go with fear is a powerful motivator. Use it. If you're scared, they'll get hurt. If you're scared, they'll get hurt. Channel all of your fear into making sure they don't. So, use my fear for strength, just like with anger. Exactly. Don't let him use it against you. Strike him down with it. I think I can work with that. And we still hold hands on the way there, so it's a little less scary. Of course. And remember, you can leave and never lose me. My bracelet will always tell you exactly where I am. And if we get lost somehow, despite your impeccable sense of orientation, I think I said that right. Mine will help you find you too. You just get lost looking. Maybe I'd have to ask Jade for help. I'd do that for you. Thank you, Tia. You're a great best friend. Oh. So are you. Alright then, best bud. Let's do this together. Best of luck. We won't need it. Building up confidence? Hell yeah. He must have made them some really good drinks. In Keeper, I've never seen Clay that determined. I tried my best. I have to say, Grace, I'm surprised you're not accompanying Hex to see the ever-burning flame. Ah, two clever minds working together. This will be interesting. She didn't want to stop studying the magic spells. She thinks they might help us solve all this. I think that might help me right now is a drink. Something that'll get my thoughts flowing gracefully despite all of this mess. Give me a moment. Coming right up. Alright, intelligence. Let's go with this one. Make it simple. And yeah, why not? Throw a ghost berry in there. All the intelligence you will ever need. And a bit of charisma. My sparkling Nobel, order up. A delicious thought detangler just for you. I don't think I've ever tasted a detangler as delicious as this. You've tasted detangler? I just realized detangler is a freaking hair product to untangle your hair. Nice. Melly, would you like a drink as well? No, thank you. I've already had 3 hot chocolates today. I think if any more magic enters my stomach, I'm going to eat the sun. Oh, to another topic then. I heard you've formed a research team. We did. Obviously, Grace and I are the leaders, but we also recruited Scully and Archie. And Oon said she wanted to sit with us and cohorts while we work. Crochet. I'm a dork. What a great excuse to help. Lazy as usual, I see. What a great excuse to help. She insists we don't call it helping. Of course she does. Rufus is helping us too. This wool is also soft, it calms everyone down. I wish Dave would join us too. I guess he'll be fighting the mean guy. But he promised he'd be back soon, so... And he'd better keep that promise. What are you looking into anyway, Melly? Mentioned spells. Are those the ones Hex found in the tower? Yes, those ones exactly. They stayed up all night decoding their formulas, but as soon as he figured out what they were about, he lost interest. So I picked them up. Most of them were rudimentary, all things we already have in our spell books, but two stuck out to me. Care to educate me? Which one do you want to hear about first? Teleportation or soul binding? I want to know about the soul binding. Soul binding. Hex brought home a glass case with a glowing floating scroll inside. After we got it out and removed all the protective runes, he was pretty disappointed. A riddle locked glass case and protective runes. Seems like someone didn't want it to be used. I'm pretty sure I know why. It describes pulling souls right out of people's bodies and binding them to objects. Completely voidical magic and dangerous. I assume it's been a little hard to translate. So kind of like a Horcrux if you're a Harry Potter fan. I'm trying to figure out any side effects it may have, so I can convince Hex to use it whenever he is slightly inconvenienced. Sounds difficult, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. What about the other scroll? The other scroll? One of the scrolls he found holds a powerful transportation spell. Now, I fancy myself quite equipped on conjuration magic, but Hex finds it's it boring. He picked the scroll up because he assumed the golden runes meant it was special. He was right, but I guess he didn't even have enough fire for him. More special than a soul binding scroll? No, but still special enough. I think if cast correctly, it could get you anywhere in Astria with incredible accuracy. That's one powerful spell, that's for sure. Even to protected places in other planes, but wow. I'm trying to figure out how to use it without destroying myself. It requires more mana than people usually have in their body. So you think it killed its caster? Almost certainly so. It still has a lot of promise, but maybe I can modify it. Best of luck. Thank you. Hex also brought back a lot of Wizard's personal notes, diaries, and such retelling of his exploits of his hopes, dreams, and fears. When I have some more time, I think I'll be able to do a deep dive into who he was. Wait a minute. Are we that wizard? Considering everything that's so shrouded around who we are, and these slight hints that we've been getting, drive me nuts not knowing who we are. Maybe I can even put a little expedition together if Voy and Eco let me borrow some of those magic items. I doubt they'd dare refuse you. I'd hope not. I want some magic scrolls of my own to decipher. But first we need to finish this research, just because we need to figure out what to do if it's just nice to have something to do is all. Plus, I'll take an excuse to hear more of Scully's Everbloom stories. He's trying to figure out whether we can reverse the sigils. That'd be neat. Maybe we can duct tape them back together. I don't think so. With Archie's help, I also made this whole board where I can collect and connect all of our clues. I have no spaghetti. Is that spaghetti? What? Specifically. Specific. Why do I always mess up this word? You know what it is? That word. I've been looking into who exactly that necromancer guy could be. Clay said he noticed some flowers on his arms, and I think that might be a clue. Armor. Maybe he's a florist, or they're zombie flowers, or he wants to destroy all the flowers. I need to figure out what his motive is. Because if we can figure out this motive, we can figure out who he is, and then we can figure out his weaknesses. You know that we'll need them because Dave and the others will... What did he say? Kick his abs? Well, looking into it makes me clamor? Yes. They'll be alright, right, Innkeeper? The zombies aren't going to eat them all like they ate my parents. They won't. They'll all protect each other. They'll come back for you. I hope so. I don't want that to happen again. I miss my parents. I wish they were here to hold my hands. What were they like? Well, I remember my dad always told me bedtime stories about swashbuckling burglars. And I remember my mom loved making things out of yarn, especially socks. They were really nice and cool, and I loved them so much. I know I can't replace your parents, but is it okay if I hold your hand until Dave, Carolyn, and Fable come back? That'd be nice. I feel a lot safer with them around, you know? Like I'm home again. Okay, so yeah. Fable is back. She's just off helping. You're not alone anymore. You're home. You're home. I think so, too. But enough dramatics. Backstory, I'm turning into Dave. Just less repressed and gay for Fable. But maybe it's time to head out. We'll update you on our research tomorrow, Innkeeper, but first, we're going to get a lot of ice cream. Exactly. Moon promised she'd make some. Save some for me. We'll try. Ah, Quincy! Hello there. It's been a while since you last showed up. I thought something might have happened to you. I feared you went home without saying goodbye. Let's go with the first one, considering the tsunami. A lot of things have happened, not all of them good, which also means not all of them were bad either. I did end up finding those golden loon feathers quickly with a little help of voyage. But with everything going down, I decided to stick around and help those in need. That sounds just like you. How are things with you? How are things with you, though? You don't need to say much for me to know what the face means. I've seen it once or twice before. Is there something I can do for you? What is there to be done, Quincy? It's like everything is in limbo. Like dancing on the edge of a blade. One wrong move and it's over. Something like that. Would it help if I asked you for a drink? Maybe. You know what always helps me when I'm feeling get down? What? A good cup of Quincy's hot chocolate. I want a cup of Quincy's hot chocolate because I've seen that video and it looks absolutely delicious. Here, after all I've heard, you might need it more than me. Hot chocolate, hell yeah. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Now, go on, make me a drink. This one or another one, whatever you'd like. You're definitely checking out Quincy's hot chocolate. Hell yes. And that's Quincy's cup too. Ah, that's awesome. Okay, perfect for the cold nights of winter's solstice or days when your heart just needs a little warming up. Quincy's hot chocolate will have your spirits reinvigorated in no time. This hot chocolate with a dash of cinnamon quickly returns the feelings back into your chilled bones and maybe, well, make you feel a little less alone. Dude, I want that recipe. Well, wait, I'm pretty sure Quincy has shared that recipe. I just have not. I haven't had the ingredients to make it. Now I'm craving hot chocolate. Let's go ahead and make some. All the dexterity. A little defense. A little bit intelligence. Hold on. We need an infusion, don't we? I think this will do. Okay, so until... Oh! We didn't get the dex all the way up. Hot chocolate. Pull her up. Couldn't wait to try it out right. Couldn't wait to try it out right away. Well, replicate it perfectly. My hands and heart are warm. Want to sip yourself? You look like you need it. Maybe later. May this drink be warmer than the currents of those times. It most certainly is. Thank you, and keep. Of course. So, how are you? I'm okay, I think. I'm just numb. I'm losing my mind. Considering everything, he is trying to save the world along with him. I'm losing my mind. Understandable. It feels like an underreaction. It feels like there are a million different emotions whirling around in my head, almost none of them good. And if they are good, my worries twist them into something horrifying. That doesn't seem fair. I don't think if emotions can be fair or unfair. Either way, it's good to feel things. Reminds you you're alive. I'd like to feel a little less. Well, I'll say that until we suddenly do, then we wish we weren't so empty. Isn't it good to care again? To have people you want to be well? Maybe. I didn't think I'd care again. I don't want to, but it is happened. But it just happened. Yes, just like that. Without my consent, I might add. The heart wants what it wants, and sometimes what it wants is friendship. But it can see how that's a scary feeling. And so many things are on the line now, perhaps more than you bargained for. It was easier when I just looked away. Would you rather look away than help your patrons, your friends? No. But now I have to face the fears of losing them. Funny. Didn't you swear to me you were done fearing death? That you had nothing left to lose? Sometimes lying to ourselves is easier than lying to others, I guess. I'll keep my "I told you so" to myself. I just feel like I'm stuck in an endless cycle, and there's no way out that doesn't tear me apart. Would it help you to know we've all felt like that at some point in our lives? Not really, no. Then let me leave you with this instead. Love may come at the price of loss, but the inevitability of loss also comes with the reward of love. You can't lose something without having loved it. And so you should love whatever it is you fear to lose. Those are the moments that matter, the moments that make your life worth living. Besides, you have the power to step out of the cursed circle at any time. Do I? Write your own story, my friend. Don't doom yourself because you think it's what you deserve. I forgot how good you are at giving advice. Maybe that makes me a bit envious. You'll get there eventually. I hope so. Thank you for checking in. I think I needed that. Of course, please don't stop reaching out. The safety of isolation is not worth the loneliness. I'll try to remember that. You better. Now, I've heard the night market is close by, and I really don't want to waste this opportunity, so don't let me hold you back. Until next time, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and be safe out there. I wasn't expecting my Quincy to come back. Why don't I get a catch here? Why don't I get a catchphrase? Oh well, guess it comes with age. Maybe next millennium. So he's possibly elf, given his age. Whoa, who are you? I was not expecting a new character whatsoever, considering how far we've come. Hello. Greetings, traveler. Hello to old friends. Catch up with the past. Your past. Okay. Nice armor. Is it new? No. Doesn't it seem familiar? The flowers certainly do. Did you keep my books? You know, I imagined this place differently. It's nice. Thank you. But I thought you'd be long gone by now. After all, you like running, don't you? I like it here. Is he the villain? With the armor and everything. So, your visit is making me consider moving soon. It's not advised to stay in one place for too long. Anyway, eventually the past will catch up to you. I figured. What brings you here? Really? Quasar. I'm assuming that's how you say his name? Quasar? You know this and that? Paid at Marrow Castle of Marrow. Yep, this is our villain. Marrow Castle of visit. It's quite serene at this time of year. What for? Sightseeing, trespassing. You broke in? I wouldn't phrase it like that, but burglary is incredibly impolite. I was presented in my approach. I was persistent in my approach. Politely, I knocked on the door. Unfortunately, vampires these days have no hospitality. The lady of the house greeted me with a snarl and slammed the door in my face. Not like that stopped me, but I found it quite rude. So you did break in. Obviously, at least as a last resort. There was something I needed more than manners. As expected, she would have given me her precious relic freely. Wouldn't give up her precious relic freely. So you killed her? I would have, but no. The rat escaped. The rat. In the blink of an eye, she had dissolved into mist. I always considered that to be the vampire's most annoying skill. Okay, her. Got it. But at least I got what I wanted. And what would that be? Curious as ever, aren't you? That's what I made it. That's why I made it my job. What? Being nosy? Something like that. You get to hear a lot of things every day. People like to talk. You manipulate your patrons into telling you their darkest secrets. I don't manipulate, I listen. Exactly, you know me too well. I don't manipulate, I listen. I'm all ears. What would Lady Evelyn have that you, was your Dustbringer? Oh my god. Would want. Just a little blood. Ingredients for the execution of a grand design. Yep, straight up. Straight up, this is our villain. Grand design? We were never once to make big plans. We? Speak for yourself. Maybe times change, too. Oddly enough, you still look the same. Had to make sure you'd recognize me after all. How could I ever forget you? Seems like it was pretty easy for you to move on. It wasn't. Yet you're hiding. You ran away from everything that once mattered to build a life behind a counter in this shabby tavern. Is that why you're here? To throw your accusations around? No, I guess I just wanted one last chat now that everything's coming to an end. I'm curious about how this old friend of mine is doing. So, how are you doing, friend? I'm full of hope for a better tomorrow. I'm worried the world we know will end. Let's go with this one. I'm full of hope for a better tomorrow. Me too. I'm just afraid that we're hoping for different dawns. We might be. How are you doing? Do you even want to know? It's my job, and my tavern is open to everyone. Your protective spells bag. Your protective spells bag. You defer. Oh god. They let you through, didn't they? So, how about a drink, and then you tell me whatever it is you need to get off your chest. Sure, let's see if you still know me well enough. And if you remember what I taught you. Of course I do. Even Adu's shivering in fear. That's not good. Of course he wants a bloody charisma one. Fine. We'll just give him the basic spoken heart. I don't like this guy one bit. Strength and charisma. I do not take pleasure in serving this guy, whoever he is. Maybe I should have messed up his drink. How about this? Sweet and chatty. Not bad. Almost tastes like back in the day. Did you think I'd forget? Yes. I assumed you were as good at abandoning memories as you are at abandoning people. Ouch. It seems like people are right about one thing, though. That would be, your drinks can influence fate. They can't save people, but they can push them in a direction, alter their destiny. I wouldn't go that far. I simply do my best to support my patrons in their endeavors. Will you support my endeavors? As I said, I serve everyone in the tavern. Oh, how noble. How awfully morally gray. How optimistic. It's like nothing's changed. I like it that way. Making decisions for people, leading them to their doom. All because you can't help but wonder what a little entropy would do. I help. You help, sure. You always like to help. When it was most convenient for you. When it got people to love you. I hope all your helping has aided you in forgetting them. I didn't forget them. Oh, is that so? I couldn't sleep for months. My heart bled and bled until there was nothing left to bleed. I was alone. And by the end of it, when nothing was left, there was just one question. I'm assuming we were lovers at one point with this guy. How could the one person I trusted with my life turn on me like that? Plus, from what I can see, he's an elf, or his right, my left, ears cut. How dare he leave me with nothing but the stars staring at them alone, wondering whether the blood would ever wash off, and how, by the dragons and their false light. Is all you've done with your freedom, this distortedly achieved freedom, this. There's a little blood on our hands. It took me way too long to realize that I didn't have to give up, that I'm not like you. That it doesn't have to be their blood that sticks to my hands. They're gone. Not for much longer. Soon the star rain and the flood that washed away our yesterday will open the gates to a new tomorrow. A new horizon, unhaunted by still ghosts. Quasar. Innkeeper. Why would you do something like this? Don't we owe it to them? The you I know would have agreed. The me you know was foolish. Some situations are hopeless and some decisions aren't easy. Decisions are quite easy if you set your mind to it. Say, I need to tear apart Cassiopeia's wings for the stars to rain upon Gaia. An amputacious attack? I could decide not to and abandon my plans because I'm intimidated by the complexity. Or scared of the consequences, but no, instead I chose to stick with it and get what I want. I don't give up. I succeed. It truly is that simple. If you care, you'll get it done, no matter how much effort it may take. everyone was dead. I wasn't. Didn't we promise to always stand by each other's side, to never be alone again? We did. Didn't they deserve the same? They did. Then why are you here and they aren't? I don't know. Me neither. What did we mean to do? Nothing. We meant nothing to you. The home we built, it meant so little. That's not true. Do you still ponder about the meanings of life watching the stars? No, there aren't any more. It's better that way. It means there's no risk of getting caught up in trivial things. Like getting caught up in the thought of a world without pain. Like that. So naive. So stupid. It meant everything to me. It was bound to break. It meant everything to me. Don't lie to me. I've seen through the charade. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. Look at those stars now as they lie at our feet. A declaration of my failure. An elegy to our cowardice. A legacy? I'm assuming that word is. And a demonstration of my endurance. Everything is set. Everyone will get what they deserve. Even your little replacements. Soon there'll be no more but fading memories on the horizon. Feels familiar, doesn't it? They're alive. They can be saved. They are alive, indeed. What you should ask yourself is, for how much longer? If the time comes, will you run again? No. But you sent them to their deaths, did you not? I sent them to stop you. I'm aware. Which reminds me, I have to leave soon before your little pawns interfere with my threads of fate. Gratitude? Come on, it's time to go home. Gratitude? Is it gratitude or gratitude? Nothing's happening. Interesting. Care to explain? I sent you a little companion so you wouldn't be so alone, but I need her back now. You know, I value my privacy. He's been spying on us the whole time with the frickin' crow? Lovely. And I value the perfect execution of my plans. So thank you for collecting so much information for me. You don't have to do this. I don't, but I will. Anyway, I got somewhere to be. Speaking of which, my invitation, the offer still stands. Join me and watch as I repair what we've destroyed 30 years ago. Join me to witness the renaissance of times past. I can't. My place is here. What a pity. It almost pains me to see you haven't changed one bit. I've moved on. You should try it sometime. Spoken like a true coward. It's not like I need you anyway. Not anymore. See you soon, old friend. Or not. What the hell were we... What were we doing? Alright, let's feed Adu. Hopefully he's doing a little better, and clean up the tavern and blow out the candles for this night in the tavern. But I am not stopping here, as you have noticed. We're going to continue with part 10. The Wheel of Fortune. Fortune? That one? Oh, hi. Good morning, innkeeper. That reminds me. Now that that damn bird's here, he can't shite in my tavern anymore. Makes sense why he was doing it now. Good morning. How's your research going? Well, we did a lot of it. That sounds good. Yes. I can smell a breakthrough right around the corner. Are you writing that down, Archie? What? No? Of course not. No notes are being taken here. None. Archie, I told you already. Might be the bestest detective in the SU. And this might be the meetings of a lifetime. But the investigation has to come first. How are you going to have time to write a book about my detective career if the world ends in a few days? I mean, it won't, obviously, because our friends are super strong and awesome, and we're super smart and awesome. But we should still focus on backing them up. I'm sorry, seems I can't help but gather material. Even now, you're a very impressive detective, and if you're what will happen if I stop thinking about my books? Is that what I think it is, Detective Melina? I'm afraid it is. Excuse me? It's a severe case of the nerves. Quick, innkeeper, we need a remedy. Only your most revitalizing. This whole time I've been messing that word up. Drink will do. Does the patient agree with the prescription? Really? It's not that serious. Thank you. Perhaps a cure that'll boost my toughness is just what I need. I'm assuming that's toughness. On it. Patron 0. Patient 0. At least we still have some cheer in us. Alright, so let's see if I can make this simple. Oh, there we go. Frozen Lagoon. Oh, the defense. Paradu. And a little bit of charisma and a little bit of strength. Order up. Make this drink not be one of your tough challenges. This is excellent. I could write a novel about the superb taste alone. I really appreciate the effort to cheer me up. I suppose I've been worrying more than I realized. How can I repay? How can I repay? Repay? We shouldn't just bear your worries silently. I would accept an update on your research as compens. Where's no worky? Link in description for merch. Certainly, we are happy to oblige. I thought my knowledge of tales and myths could serve us well in identifying another weapon to slay evil. So I questioned as many scholars and turned as many pages as I could. That sounds exciting. It might have been if I had managed to find even a hint of anything useful. Extherlberry is nothing but a legend. Excalibur? Okay. The lance of Logins might be real, but it proved impossible to trace its location. And don't even get me started on the history of the Sword of Balamor. My research ended in total failure. Don't say that. We won't know we won't know that there aren't any other weapons if you hadn't looked. It means we have to move our research focused on something else now. Like my investigation. Oh. Like I mentioned the other day, I really wanted to look into who this weird bad guy really is. Yeah. With a plan like this, he can't just be some random nobody. His plan does have a certain je ne sais quoi. I cannot say it. Je ne sais quoi. That one. How did she fix that for you? It's just so much whirling malicious words no worky again. Merchant descriptions. Lincoln description. I bet he was a musician. In any case, he must have left some traces that we can follow. And if we can figure out his real identity, we'll know his mortal weakness. Like a lover? Like an old wound? Considering our conversation, it's a combination of both of these, but like a lover. Exactly. Once we know their identity, we can find them and... Wait, no. I don't condone kidnapping. Maybe you could just tell them about all the evil stuff this guy is doing and they could give him a real long lecture. I don't think that's gonna work. Okay, maybe that isn't the best idea. Still, Carolyn always says the more you know about your opponent, the easier the victory. But this guy is like a ghost. No one had seen hide nor a hair of him before all of this started. There, I thought armor like that would have made him super recognizable with the flowers and all. I do look up what some of them mean. The one Clay was able to identify. There are intimates and marigolds with some symbolize resentment, anger, and grief and mourning. So that told me absolutely nothing besides that he's a bad guy with some bad feelings about the world. Duh. Dude, why can't we just say it? And then I got an idea. What about the other well-known necromancers? Maybe we have a repeat offender on our hands. No one really seems to fit though. I was really close to ripping my fur out. But then I remembered all that stuff about the sigils. There actually was a necromancer that died when the portals opened. So I dug that file out of my files, and yes, if the creation of the portals broke a sigil, then that can't just be coincidence. Therefore, this necromancer from back then must have faked their death and rebranded themselves as the muchy twirling green armored guy, but that macho twirling green armored guy, bad guy, that we're facing now. Shouldn't you be doing the pointing thing now? I'm just not feeling it, Innkeeper. I know it doesn't add up, okay? I'm sorry, Archie. This isn't the revolution of truth that it should be. When you write your book, the detective should definitely be pointing at something pointing. Yes, I'll write that down. Good. Bluff. I can't believe we couldn't find anything. Dude, just say it. Say it! Who taught you that word, Melly? Wouldn't you like to know? I'm pretty sure we know who. Oh well. What are you planning on doing now? We need a new perspective. Maybe there's something that we haven't considered yet. That's why we brought some of our research materials with us. Wouldn't a library be better for this? Well, maybe, but there wouldn't be enough space to set up the conspiracy board. You brought the board here? Yep. Thanks for letting us set up here. Okay, I'll be in the back. Bye! I hope it's okay for us to take up some of your space. That's fine, Archie. You can go ahead. Much appreciated, Innkeeper. Well, don't you look chipper. It's good to see you too. You can spare me the pleasantries. Long day? Nah. I was just never really into all of this research mumbo jumbo. I was surprised when I heard you volunteered for the research group. Heh, your info gathering game is getting weak, Innkeep. I just chose the activity that's the least hassle. Too much experience isn't good for the retirement spirit. But I don't need to tell you that, do I? Before you get another word out of me I'll need something to get my energy back. The whole frantic research atmosphere really tired me out. Something to bring your strength back? Got it. Why won't he say it? Why can't we say it? It's driving me bloody nuts. We should just tell him outright, hey, I know who it is. Just no. But Rue, that wouldn't give a whole storyline. It would ruin the storyline. It would ruin the plot of the game. Yes, I know that, but doesn't mean I'm not going to complain about it. Southern Brawler, order up. Here, for all that heavy-duty crunching that you're doing, I feel like I could crunch blows for an entire army with this. Crochet, not crunch. You got some more adventures stashed away in those back rooms of yours. Excuse me. Just some more frantic researching, I'm afraid. So what else have you been up to? Just making sure Grace and Scully don't work themselves into an early grave for the most part. Any news of that front? On that front? Are you in the mood to be underwhelmed? Listening to what my patrons want to share, whether good or bad, is key part of my job. Spoken like a good little innkeep. As for the research, not many surprises there, to be honest. The damage that breaking the sigil did is pretty much irreversible as expected. That teleportation spell Grace is looking into is also not getting any less dangerous. Even with the magnifications she's making, there's still a good chance of it backfiring. And good chance, I mean like 70%. What kind of backfiring are we talking about? Like everything blows up and fireworks and fun? Like killing you. Obviously. Like killing you instantly, exactly. Oh. How are Scully and Grace feeling about everything? They're taking it in stride. Or they're just too stubborn to give up. I'm not sure. That sounds like them. What about you? Me? All of this must be a pretty disheartening. I mean, not really. These kinds of doomsday scenarios just lose their impact after a while in this business. I've lived my life, I've made my choices, now I'm just doing what I want with either way. If the end of the days come knocking and I'm on my porch, crocheting and drinking, I'll have no regrets. But you're not on your porch. You're here, looking after the people trying to avert that doomsday scenario. I can't believe I had to hear that from you. Leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I could offer you another drink to wash it down. No thanks. Unfortunately, you've got a point. I guess I got swept up in all this a little. Sure, it's weird. What is? Caring. Not like I need to elaborate. Preaching to the choir and all that. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let me just ask you this. As you are, well, you have no regrets when all of this is over. As you are, will you have any regrets when all of this is over? You couldn't just let me have the last word, huh? No way in your... I'll leave you to contemplate that, I guess. Are Melly and Archie here? In the back. I'll go see if the youngins need some company. It's driving me insane, dude. Just speak up. Say it. Collaborate? I can't pronounce it. Greetings, I mean good mythical afternoon adventurers. It doesn't seem like they were very successful. Or they just don't look the same. Good afternoon, innkeeper. Does this afternoon seem mythical to you? It seems wet? Sorry about that. We didn't have much time to dry off before coming in here. The floorboards should be able to endure it just this once. It's okay if we want to leave now, Baya. We all made it back safe. Okay. But please keep the blankets. I could make some soup. We should be good for now. Thanks, Baya. Where are you headed, Baya? The swamps. I want to talk to my friends. I see. Goodbye. Let a tree know if you need any more help. I will come. Stay safe, Gaia. Spit it out already. You've been chewing on on this ever since we escaped from the mountains. It's just, I feel bad, alright? So, had a good time? That doesn't sound too good. Isn't that pretty obvious? Right. More importantly, have the others come back yet, Innkeep? They haven't. It's a waiting game then. Great. My favorite. Alright, Innkeep, this is where you come in with a drink. I'm going to explain if we... I'm going to explode if we keep brooding like this. We're not that rogue fellow. And which of the drinks would be of aid? Not sure what could help soften the outcome for our quest, but maybe protection from disappointment. That might do. Certainly. Damn it, they failed their quest. Defense, huh? Yeah, let's... Frozen Lagoon. A little bit of charisma. A little bit of strength. And all the defense you'll ever need. That wasn't enough. Put her up. Can't we just say it out loud who it is? I hope your disappointment will be just a distant memory after this drink. Thanks, this takes the edge off. Didn't realize my shoulders were so tense this entire time. Can I offer you a drink as well? I'm fine for now. Count me in, Innkeeper. I don't really want to think about it. But perhaps understanding where we failed wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll see what I can do. Show intelligence. I know just a drink, my good sir. That is the sparkling noble. A bit of charisma. And all the intelligence you will ever need to think properly. Put her up. This might be just what you're looking for to understand the meanings of everything. 42. What? Weird, I don't know where that came from. But this is good. My passes are firing at the speed of light. Here's my conclusion. We might be really plucked. Was it that bad? You don't even know the half of it. Well, this can't just be it, right? Grace and the others should have figured something else out by now. You probably already have some quests in store for us for plans C, D, and X. I'm sorry, Hex. Archie and Melia couldn't find any new leads, and Grace and Scully are still at it, but from what I've heard, they haven't found much either. That's... Come on, Innkeep, stop joking around. I don't think that this is very funny. Neither do I. Then what are we even doing here? What? If the Innkeeper doesn't have any questions for us, why are we wasting time here? Quests, not questions. If you haven't noticed, the world might be ending soon. We failed to create this world-saving weapon. And now we're here to wait. To what? Have a nice chat? Boy, you might close to overstepping there, wizard. Well, maybe someone needs to say it instead of just lazing around. X, sit your arse down. This is no time to lose your cool. We aren't just here to chat information about the information about the group that went to the Twilight Chasm will reach this inn first. At this point, we need to know their fate. It would be foolish to run around without a plan. So, are we cool? I'm sorry. Not exactly a good look for a wizard to lose his head, is it? As long as you realize that yourself. While we wait for the others, I guess it's time for another story and keep. I'm looking forward to getting some context. Right. After our chat the other day, Kyle and I went to pick up Hex. We said goodbye to Kyle, he cried, then he left for Merrow Castle. Soon after, Har and Kara and Baya picked us up. Then just stepped out of the tree right next to us. Baya was pretty excited to take us to the Highlands. Apparently she's been pals with the Yeti and she'd never gotten the opportunity to visit. And then whoosh. Whoosh. Yeah. One minute we're surrounded by nice and lush woods, and then the next, vast mountains. Snow. A lot of snow. You guys suck at descriptions. Our journey into the Highlands was so fast, it's barely noteworthy. It was impressive. I mean, sure, evocation is obvious, the superior school of magic. But I suppose such a feat of conjuration was pretty cool, even though nothing blew up. And then you had to keep babbling to Baya about it until we reached the village. Well, Grace would have killed me if I didn't ask for details. While the view was great, we were pretty disoriented. Even when we found the village, Clay told us about no one could point us towards the temple. Kara looked like she was getting ready to throw people around if they continued saying they couldn't help us. It was clear that no one there knew anything. Even though we still had no idea where to go, we left the village. That's when Bio let out this gut-wrenching scream. It sounded kind of like this. Volume bar, nice. Thanks. I really appreciated your replicating that scream. But why? Hey, you guys, instead I stay to tell the tale. You guys insisted I stay to tell the tale. Oh, hi. Did someone die? Oh, hi, Lenny. Good to see you, Mel. No need. No one died, Hex. Just got a little too excited. Whoopsie. I see. Well, make sure not to scream like that anymore. Or no one will know when you really need a detective on the scene. After all, you don't want to be the next boy who cried a detective. I'll keep that in mind. I'll go back to the board then. So, Viola let out a scream. We had no idea why she did it, but before she could explain, we heard some loud footsteps approaching. She called the Yeti. It was hard to see with the heavy snowfall, but a huge silhouette was making its way towards us. Kara almost tore into it as soon as it was close. But before we knew it, Baya rushed forward. I almost attacked Baya's pen pal. Call it. You actually met the abominable Yeti? Really a nice fellow. Also pretty good with directions. They pointed us towards the temple. When they did, I noticed their well-crafted ring made of something like opal. Couldn't help but ask, them about it. Turns out they got it from the temple. They really got the Yeti talking. We learned a bunch about the temple's jewelry making business, and about how anyone approaching the stronghold unannounced would be seen as an enemy, which is a horrible way to run a business. The Yeti explained that only a select group who trusted people are allowed on the premises. They didn't want to help us get in, though. Something about getting their jewelry buying rights revoked. But at least we know the way, and soon, with the invisibility finally kicking in, we saw before us. Lo and behold, Temple of Ur, where the flame of Leviathan is kept. Sounds blasphemous. The trick, I think I read that word wrong. The track up there was brutal. It was so much walking, I thought my feet were going to fall off. It wasn't so bad, really. The widened path looked nice with all that sparkling snow. That's easy for you to say. You just vaulted over all that rubble. Yes, we did get to the gate eventually. It was close, of course. A gigantic wet slab of stone in withered conditions. If there's one thing I know about this sort of thing, it's that gates like this one are super inconvenient. Good thing we didn't want to waltz in through the main gate anyways. Now with the invisibility effect from the drinks still active, we started to check for any other points of entry. There was so much rubble, we figured there must have been somewhere for us to slip through. Well, there wasn't, and I was already starting to feel this itch of invisibility wearing off. We were running out of time. Come on, tell the innkeep what you decided we should do next. We might have tried to scale the temple walls. We made it close to the top, but then the stone started to crumble right under our hands. X was the first to fall, but it didn't take long for us to follow. So it's good to follow with a wizard that can cast a spell to slow our descent rather than break our necks. And here I thought you guys just wanted a big group hug. If you wanted more group hugs, maybe cast the spell earlier than 5 feet before hitting the ground. Damn. Oh sure, I'll try to practice spellcasting while following terminal velocity more for next time. Well, you did managed it before we had turned into a big puddle of adventure soup. If only we had managed to land literally anywhere else. I didn't even know creatures that big lived out there. Me neither. Right next to us were what we had thought was a snow-covered mountain, an eye as big as a hair opened. It was the guardian of the temple. It slowly lifted its massive head, and we realized that mountain path we had been walking on earlier was no path, but the body of the quiver. Its snake body slowly unfurled from around the temple. While shaking the snow off itself, it revealed its pure white ivory. iridescent scales. For a few moments, it just stared us down. The gigantic opal embedded between its eyes shone with every color imaginable. I wouldn't have gone to work with an opal of such fine quality. It's good to hear you guys had a mythical moment there. But I, for one, was worried about the overgrown snake with wings. The guiver unfurled its wings from where they had been tucked against its body and rose into the air. That doesn't sound good at all. In an attack position. It struck with such speed we only avoided it thanks to Kara's quick reflex when she pushed us into the snow. All I could think about was that I didn't want to fight it. When it was getting back into a position for another strike, I screamed our intentions out. I couldn't imagine the Dragon's Guardian would be indifferent to our objective. It didn't seem to care much about it though, or it didn't hear us. I didn't want to give up. We had to communicate with it in a way that it couldn't ignore. So we choreographed an expressionist dance. No. Not really. But that would have been a lot funnier. In any case. Instead of trying to fight it, I told the others to get moving and get our message across by writing it in large letters in the snow. Ever tried to stomp out letters while a giant reptile is attacking you, innkeeper? Heck of a core workout, I think. Develop muscles where no muscles should have ever developed. Watch out, you might become a first wizard to complete a push-up. And did it work? The push-up? No. The writing. And the snow thing? Wasn't sure at first. But when the attack stopped, I saw it looking intently at what we had written. Then it launched itself in our direction again, but instead of trying to attack us, it dove into the snow. The ground beneath us started shaking until all of us were suddenly lifted on top of its head. I thought we were ascending to Tissy's realm for a second, not gonna lie. But instead we were just lifted higher and higher into the air, towards the temple. Then we could see a tower emerging from the temple grounds. The Guardian must have understood us after all, because it was taking us to the only place I could have imagined the flame to be. Soon we were close enough for us to jump down from the Guardian. And then I saw the altar. What did you see? That's the thing. We saw nothing. He got to it before they did. Nothing. No great flame of Leviathan. Just a devastated altar. And an empty basin where the flame should have rested. We were so foolish. The clues were already there when we were approaching the temple. All the rubble, the poor state of the building. The flame was extinguished during the flood long before we ever set foot in the Highlands. I should have known that the eternal flame was too good to be true. It was all such a waste of time. You can imagine our shock at what we saw in Tavern. The realization slowly began to settle in. There would be no way of forging that weapon. Nothing to wield against the necromancer. Up there at the altar, everything was so quiet. The priest hadn't reached us yet. It was just the sound of the wind and the crushing disappointment we were all feeling. The guardian didn't need to say a word. I understood it either way. Whatever emotion we were feeling, they couldn't compare the grief in the guardian's eyes. Eventually, we were joined by some of the priests who confirmed what we had already submitted. They lost their main object of worship on the day of the flood. At least our disappointment was somewhat softened by the warm meal the priest offered us. So it wasn't even him going there that messed it up. It was the damn flood. That's the reason why he had wanted the flood to happen. I think they felt bad for us. There's community in sheer grief. They were pretty interested in that sort of years as well. Considering everything we've learned in the last few days, the minor divinity of it feels hardly noteworthy. I'll cherish it nonetheless. Maybe I'm also just glad that I'll remain a memento of my grandma. It was stupid to think I could try to reveal her feats. But I didn't expect you to talk to those priests for so long. I'd never seen you so forthcoming before, Rhea. And exactly every day you see that kind of smithing mastery on display. The jewelry those priests were decked out in as a wonder to behold. Straight dripping? The hell? No. Please don't. Hey, you don't complain when Inko says it. That level of craftsmanship is to be expected of yours people, I guess. They were really generous as well. I practically forced those opals on you. And the blueprint. Your misunderstanding that one, Kara. That was for ye. It's a sword blueprint that's been passed down since the conception of that temple. A form worthy of the dragons, might as they put it. Then they wasted it. I know you won't hear it now, but if ye ever feel different, I'd be honored to forge it for ye. We eventually got ready to head back. I was worried about the lack of trees around us, but Kaya seemed unbothered. We headed out to the courtyard where slowly but surely we grew a whole tree. Its branches were stark white and covered in gleaming leaves. I asked her afterwards what kind of tree it was, but she just replied that it was the dream of the soil. Don't know what that meant. The priest looked very touched by its appearance, but we needed to be on our way, so into the tree we went. We stopped by us and then headed over here. So that's that. Never had such a depressing walk back to the tavern. Quiet, Yippin. You weren't going on and on about this all the way over here, too. That's easier for you to say. After all, you got those gems straight for our stupid competition. Some of us were a bit put off by the quest failing. Why don't you just come out and say what your problem is? My problem is that we're acting like everything's fine. What's going on? Did it stop? Seems like it. Is everyone okay? More or less? Yeah. What about Melly and the others? I need to. I'll go. Alright, thanks, Rhea. I'll take my leave. Was that Hex or was that another seal being broken? We told our story. There's no other reason for me to stick around. I know this is a hard time for all of us, but I need to check on Grace. Goodbye, Hex. It's getting late. There's always a room for you upstairs if you get tired, Lynn. That's fine. I'll keep you company. Things must be really dire if you're offering that. What do you say? What did they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures? First star. Looking, but keep it. Okay, it's good to see you too. Oh, it's good to see you too. I'm assuming it failed too because of Bloodhead. Where are the others? You go outside trying to calm the boy down. We didn't want him to throw up in your tavern. Did he have a panic attack? I hope Tia isn't giving him too hard of a time about it. She isn't, right? No. Where is she then? Gone. She's gone. What? He left? No. She's dead. She can't be dead. Stop joking around. This isn't funny. She can't be dead. You're right. She's way too stubborn to die. What she did. I'm sorry, that's awful, yeah. You don't have to tell us that. Is anyone else? No, we got away before anyone else went down. That's good. What about Fable? Did you see them there in the chasm, maybe? No, we didn't find them. So. What? I found a bunch of broken arrows out not too far from the portal. They were all engraved with pretty flowers. I think they were there. They just didn't come back. They must have gone into the portal. Hope they're okay. Maybe with a drink they would have been okay. What do you mean? They didn't make them a drink and keep... Okay, no, she didn't come back. We had a bit of a fight. So you willfully ignored them? I had hoped it would stop them from going. Nothing could ever stop Fable from helping people, you idiot. I'm really hoping she's okay, because I realize that now. You should take the dragons. I care more about my friend's endorsement than I care about yelling at you. I already regret it well enough. Don't you worry. Be better. If anything happens to them, if they end up like, I know, me too. We shouldn't have left without her. Her body wasn't exactly a corrupt, but we couldn't have taken it with us if we tried. Don't call her that. What? And it. Clay. He's right. Have some respect. I'm just saying. Well, stop saying it. Alright, you three, calm down. No need to spill more blood. Please tell us what happened. What does it matter? We abandoned her. That's what happened. We didn't do that. We sure abandoned the world. Our angel would be disappointed in us. It's not like we had much of a choice. You would say that, wouldn't you? What's that supposed to mean? You always run. Of course you wouldn't choose anything else. I ran because I have something to get back to Clay. So did I. Okay, how about a drink for calming all those nerves? No. Time and place. I'll take one. I need to tell you what happened after all, even though I rather wouldn't. So anything to make that easier. I don't have a joke this time. I hope you'll forgive me. Don't worry, there's no need for trading today. I don't have anything to wash away the regret. But maybe I can get you something to take the words flow easier. I'm really hoping Fable's okay. It really sucks that she died, though. And yes, I am tearing up. Okay. Make this drink for him. Broken heart. A little bit of strength. A little bit of defense. And all the charisma. Order up. I've been playing this game and getting to know these characters so much that I'm thoroughly tied to them now. Yeah. Thanks for this little taster normally. So I don't really know what to ask. Did you stop him? No. Oh? Bluff. He was faster than us somehow. Melly and Baya drew us a map to the portal so we could get there quickly, but when we arrived, we found a note stapled to the tree. It read, "If you value your lives, go home." He knew we were coming. Apparently, Jade and Taya argued about what to do, but we didn't exactly have a lot of options. We went after him right into the Twilight Chasm. It was calling it the realm of nightmares seems like an understatement in retrospect. Wouldn't have made it without Roy. Enty is light. You ran into the necromancer on his way back, didn't even catch him before he got to your... He looked unharmed. It's ridiculous how easy it must have been for him. In his hands he held an axe shaped like a dragon's talon, pulsating with magical energy. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Magic weapons tend to be size adjustable. Oh, right. Maybe we would have stood a chance if we didn't walk right into a cluster of nightmare creatures. I thought maybe we'd be a good distraction for him too, but the necromancer called on them for aid in the chasm's Christmas. Boy said he promised them freedom and endless nightmares. And just like that, they sided with him, and we were up against a necromancer and a god axe and a horde of monsters. We thought we were faster than even his new armor. So we quickly cornered him and thought we would stand a fighting chance, but that magic bluff cast some sort of slow spell on us. Not even one round in, and we were reduced to our normal spell speed. At least we still had some defense. Thea was right. It helped protect us against a lot of blows we might not have survived otherwise. But we were still losing ground, not to mention the battle. He pushed us back towards the edge of the Twilight Chasm and the portal we had entered from. He almost got Voy at that point. Voy had just played some sick solo, but momentarily charmed one of the monsters away from Clay. Then, when Max landed in his shoulder, he was on the ground before any of us could get to him, and then the necromancer just stopped, stared down at him, looked like he was looking at a ghost. Maybe Roy reminded him of something. Maybe his death. Maybe his dead left heart. Maybe. It gave Indigo enough time to pull Voy away and through the portal back to the moon pools. That's true, you know. You can see all of the 7 moons reflected in their clear waters at once. It would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all the blood, for all the monsters swarming us left and right. We were trying to cut them down, but every time we killed one, he would just bring them back over and over and over again. And then we finally found an opening. He cut down from 4 creatures at once and got through to the necromancer, who was preoccupied with resurrecting a fallen giant. It should have been an easy hit, but Clay got reckless. That's when I saw the necromancer smile, saw him notice Clay approaching. I tried to call out, but I wasn't fast enough. Just then Clay got within reach. The necromancer swung out with his axe, and it should have killed me. It should have killed me. I'm glad it didn't. Don't be. The axe hit Tia right in the chest as she shielded Clay with her body. She moves so fast. I think when she saw Clay in danger, she finally managed to break out of the slow spell. I saw she wanted to protect him, so I pushed Clay out of the necromancer's way. And as Tia lay there, her body in the pool of astral moonlight, he brought the axe down again. He shouldn't have pushed me. She died to save you. I had to honor that. You might have been able to save her from the dying if you hadn't. I wish that was true, too. We should have shielded her body. We could revive her. I think that would be a little hard to do now. Why is that? When she fell, the necromancer brought her back, just raised her up like a puppet, like it was nothing. Sick bastard. She was looking right at me. She looked sad because I didn't save her. Why couldn't I save her? When I saw an undead Tia rise to her feet, her weapon and shield leveled at us, I knew we had to run. I couldn't risk losing anyone else. Nico picked up Voy as soon as I called for us to flee. Jade didn't want to leave until Voy started pleading with her while he was almost bleeding out. She helped me pull Clay away. I still think it was wrong. It was. It was indeed. It wasn't. Considering he turned her undead, it wasn't. Dave made the right choice. There would have been no point in losing you all too. Agreed. At least you got to live. After that, we made our way back here. We didn't know where else to go. I'm glad you all made it back, but I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Why did we have to? Why didn't Cassiopeia save us? Save her? The dragons are neutral. The dragons are bluffs. Sure are. The real bluff is the madman who killed her. We have to go back. I don't think that's a good idea, bud. We have to retrieve her body. You can't have her. Now he can use her to navigate this stupid portal, and she would hate that. She would hate being turned into another monster he can use. If we can't get her back, we at least have to bring her here to give her a proper burial. We can't do that, Clay. We don't even know where they are right now. If we had stayed, we might. But we didn't. Thanks to you. But it is what it is. We say we can't go back, so we can't change anything. We screwed up. We played right into his hands. All this power and strength and magic, we didn't change anything. Hold on, I'm sure you did your best. What's the point of doing that if it doesn't save anyone? I can't even feel her anymore. The bracelet, it's just empty. There's just an absence where Tia should be. I didn't even get to make her a potato soup. I feel like if we had just done something different, if I had been more stubborn, I don't know if you could have changed anything. Why do you sound so sure of that? I think Necromancer, I think he heard everything, what we planned. I mean, how could that even be possible? After you left the jackdaw near my window, I think it was a spy, and it heard everything. What? How does that even happen? How did you not notice that? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is, it's not your fault. The plan failed. He outsmarted us. All of us. So there's nothing we could have done. That can't be right. What's the point of all of this, then? If he knows everything, then we might as well give up. He has Ear's axe. He has an army of nightmare creatures and more. And she's gone. The only person who'd know what to do is gone. And we don't have a magic greatsword either. You gotta be kidding me. What? Magic flame was put out by the flood. Bluff. So we've lost. It's over. Not yet. He hasn't won yet either. Even if it feels like he has. We're still here. We can still fight. We can still stand in his way. Hope will only abandon us if we let it. You're right. Us giving up, that's not what she would have wanted. What she would have wanted was to live, to get a chance to be more than some pointless torture. I want her back. Play. No, I don't want her to hear anything else from you. You didn't even notice a spying bird in your tavern, or maybe you did, who knows. You're dishonest. You're dishonest with us all the time. Do you even really care about any of us? I can't afford to care. Of course I care. I care more than you could ever imagine. I wish I could bring her back to play. Well, can you? No. What help are you then? Screw this. I'm done hearing excuses. I'm not done pretending. We'll make it through this. Play, please stay. Can I have one of those drinks now? Don't want to go after him. If I was him, I'd kill all of us. So, no. What kind of drink do you want? I don't know. Something fast, maybe. Didn't help with the fight, but might help my stomach. It's worth a shot, I guess. Dude, this got so heavy. Okay. With strike. Make it really simple. All the dexterity you'll ever need. A little bit of intelligence. And a little bit of defense. Good strike, order up. God, man. Fast and quick. Just how I like it. What kind of drinks did she like? Defense all the way. Adds up. Oh, this does not look good. My God, dude. Yeah. I'm sorry guys, but I'm gonna have to take a break because that was so damn heavy. If you're enjoying this, please leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification for future episodes and or indie games, horror games, and RPGs. And obviously cozy games that wrench your heart out, it seems.